advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
In life, we're always looking for an advantage, and the same goes with real estate. That's why I recommend Frank Duran's TheRealEstateMan.com.
With our advanced motivational marketing systems, we give you a very unique advantage in the Denver real estate market. It's simply the most innovative and proactive marketing plan you will find anywhere.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, urging you to use Frank Duran, TheRealEstateMan.com. With RE/MAX Alliance, 303-920-1622.
Human trafficking affects millions every year, exploiting people for profit. On January 11th, join the fight by participating in Wear Blue Day. Wear Blue. Post a photo on social media and use hashtag Wear Blue Day to support victims and survivors. Together, we can raise awareness about human trafficking and make a difference in the lives of the people that it affects. Learn more at dhs.gov/blue campaign. That's dhs.gov/blue campaign. Help raise awareness about human trafficking. Wear blue on January 11th.
Dan Cicchini here. If you're going to do it right or don't bother. The Howard Done Right family can help your family. Call us. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors. We have our word for future right and done right. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
We've got a sunny but still pretty chilly day ahead. Temperatures stay in the upper 30s, and this weekend will be near 40 on Saturday, but breezy. Another cool down on Sunday. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burst.
Score deep discounts and deeper sleep during Mattress Firm's semi-annual sale and clearance. Take up to 60% off select mattresses and more. Plus, get a free adjustable base on qualifying purchases. Shop today for free and fast delivery. Restrictions apply.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeart radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Sherry Preston. In a New York City courtroom today with President-elect Donald Trump looking on, Judge Juan Merchan handing down his sentence after Trump's conviction in his hush money trial.
This court has determined that the only lawful sentence that permits entry of a judgment of conviction without encroaching upon the highest office in the land is an unconditional discharge.
What that means is no fine and no jail time. Speaking before the sentence was imposed by video, Donald Trump said,
"This has been a very terrible experience. I think it's been a tremendous setback for New York and the New York court system."
Again, the president-elect appearing via video, ABC's Aaron Katursky at the courthouse.
Prosecutor Josh Steinglass said the imposition of sentence cements Trump's status as a convicted felon, and it's with that moniker he will enter the office of the White House.
This is ABC News. The death toll in Gaza may actually be far higher than reported.
The Hamas-run health ministry may be vastly underreporting deaths in war-ravaged Gaza. That's the conclusion of a peer-reviewed research paper published in the Lancet Medical Journal. Using a capture-recapture analysis, the study found 64,000 Gazans died in the first 9 months of the war. That's 41% higher than Hamas's official numbers for the same period. The study suggests Hamas' current death toll of 46,000 is way off and may top 70,000. Jordana Miller, ABC News, Jerusalem.
The SEC now says it's reached a deal to settle charges against wrestling titan Vince McMahon, the former head of WWE. The charges centering on agreements McMahon made in secret to pay women to keep quiet about sexual misconduct. Under the SEC settlement, McMahon will pay a $400,000 fine. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
10,000 buildings now?
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets. With millions of YouTube views, shares, Instagram likes, followers, and fans across the globe. But what do all these amazing pets have in common? Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a shelter or adoptable pets near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard?
Do whatever you want, guys.
Well, That's entirely up to you. Visit theshelterpetproject.org and hear more about Hamilton the Pug, Toast, and Keyboard Cat's amazing adoption stories. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Your perfect pet is just a click away at theshelterpetproject.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Mattis Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Among the topics Governor Jared Polis talked about during his State of the State address yesterday was crime and public safety. That included welcoming help from the federal government in deporting undocumented criminals. Polis tells Fox 31 that in Colorado we have zero tolerance for those who commit violent crimes, whether they're American citizens or not.
We make no distinction in apprehending criminals. The difference is we get more federal help if they're undocumented, and then ultimately it's the federal government that will detain and deport that person.
Polis said they will not cooperate with efforts to deport American citizens, target those on pending legal status, or break up families. A man sentenced to 20 years in prison for a deadly Adams County crash. Fructuoso Rosales Cano convicted on vehicular homicide and DUI charges. Investigators say he was intoxicated and speeding on Highway 2 when he lost control of his truck. He veered into oncoming traffic, causing the death of a Commerce City police officer and a woman in another car. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Rapid Radio.
Yeah, pretty calm drive out here right now, although road work along, looks like E470, the toll highway coming down, about 104th Avenue or so, is jamming traffic quite a ways through the area, about a mile, in fact, on the backups. From there, it loosens down towards Pena. 270 west through Vasquez, a little slow for you. I-25 looks good across the city. 10 minutes between downtown and the tech center. Into the foothills, US 6 west of Golden, some delays. I-70 rock scaling, no closure yet on I-70. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get 60% off. Free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Is Cialis Daily really better than Viagra?
If you like spontaneity, the answer is yes. So when the mood strikes, you're ready to go.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is definitely much happier.
When you take it, you're ready to go.
Does Cialis Daily last longer than Viagra?
Guys are raving that the results last even longer.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star. Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
It's literally life-changing.
Are 30-day sample packs available?
You can now access a 30-day sample pack at TryRexMD.com with generics at just $1 per tablet, if appropriate. Online approval at TryRexMD.com is simple, with medication delivered direct to your door. There's no copay, no doctor office visit, and your shipping is always free. Visit TryRexMD.com to get your sample pack. That's TryRexMD.com.
When he's not talking about it, he's tweeting about it.
Twitter?
Follow the Troubleshooter at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of Denver's talk station on Twitter.
Just give me your Twitter and I'll follow you.
Find us right now at 630 KHOW. It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Friday at 4, we'll talk about the obscene abuse of the justice system resulting in the wrongful sentencing of Donald Trump today on convictions which are virtually certain to be overturned. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. Come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help with common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Everything sound good? I'm here, live and local, and back from some days off, and I get my ass gets lazier every single time I do it. That's what I ought to do is a long weekend here or there, or something like that. But by the way, thanks for coming here. Thanks for being here. Today's car day. Now, we don't have to talk just cars. We'll talk anything you want, as always. That's what we do here on the Troubleshooter Show. But I want to mention something, and that is,
You can call many different numbers. First of all, 303 Martino, 303-627-8466. You can call that 24/7, and you'll get a recording. We're not there. We just take a message, but I promise you, we check that all the time. And when we're wearing a snow hat? And when we're on, just because I just had it on, it was really cold, and now if I take it off, I'm going to look like Dilbert because of my wispy gray hair. So what the hell? Also, I'm trying to channel inner Bono, or yeah. Bono is the other guy from the 60s. Bono. I'm not trying to channel Sonny. How about so anyway, listen. But thanks for noticing, Mark. I think it's quite attractive, actually. But anyway, James wants to talk about living spaces. But first, I just want to mention something. I just find this strange. I want to get through it. Honest to God. I was thinking of this coming in today. We start out life with no life, right? Before we're born, we're all the same, whatever that is. And then after life, we're all the same, whatever that is. I mean, you know what I mean? Some people believe that. Again, what I'm saying is before and after this light bulb we call life is up for controversy all the time. And then the light bulb itself is up for controversy as to what you are or should be. So we're never without controversy. Whether it's pre-existence, existence, or post-existence, we're always arguing. And then I realized, this little bubble, this little light bulb of life. I'm thinking there are times we shouldn't do that. And God Almighty, I can't believe the lack of empathy for people and sympathy for people in California. Now, come on. I know a lot of people care, and a lot of people express care. But in general, if you look at social media and stuff, people are just downright bitter against Californians.
All the celebrities, I think, they're picking on more than anybody.
But also people, you elected these people, you elected the people who want to save the smelt fish and didn't put together enough water reserves. You elected the woman who defunded the fire.
How about cutting the budget by $17.5 million?
So anyway, I do agree that everything in life has consequences. But we don't want to see people suffer. No one does. They didn't get their comeuppance. It's wrong. Maybe you can take Newsom, maybe do a fire just around his house. I might have a different opinion. Or that moron mayor. And the DA was thrown out. I mean, listen, you got to feel for people. I don't care who they are. You got to feel for people.
I think people are so upset with the policy that it overrides their sympathy for the individuals who are suffering.
Everything in life, God, everything has turned to politics. Everything. I mean, churches, charitable organizations, news organizations, social media organizations. I mean. But like I said, the three main, I call them, and now listen, you might think I never even thought of that, 3 stages of existence, but there was something before we were here, there's something now, and there's something after, maybe, right? That's all political and that's all controversial. No one agrees on anything, and I don't think everyone should agree, but we all have to agree we have the same experience. Whatever it is, we're all going to have the same experience. If you think that you may be going to 72 virgins, in a paradise, that doesn't matter. That doesn't mean you will. And it doesn't mean I will. So the point is, we're all on the same frickin' ride. I don't get why we seek division. I mean, even if I disagree with someone, I don't get it. And I think my heart breaks for these people. I don't care if they're a smug, ugly movie star who's amassed millions. They earned it. I mean, they didn't go out and rob banks. And they're losing everything, and you can't not feel that, right? I mean, but the vitriol that was expressed or is being expressed in media, I can't believe. I don't think anyone deserves things like this. I mean, look, we all think about things like, Jeffrey Dahmer being killed in prison and different kinds of stuff like that, right? Okay, that's a different story. We may think, who cares? But out here, I mean, everybody is suffering. Everybody. And so-called Christians are leading the pack with, it's God's wrath. It's whatever. I don't know. It bothers me. You can make a comment if you want. You don't have to. It's okay.
Hey, do you think it was divine intervention, Trump turning his head instead of getting a bullet through his brain?
No, I don't. I think that it doesn't matter what I think. It is what it is. So maybe it was, but I don't think it was. I don't think that God wanted him dead either. I don't think that the devil inspired the guy to do it. I think that right now, in a nutshell, I don't think God acts every single day on every single thing that happens. That's and there's a reason I believe that. But I don't have to get into it. And again, we're not going to agree on it, but I guarantee you my belief is not political. I just don't think it works that way. Otherwise, people hold God accountable for all the quadriplegic kids and different things. And you see somebody healed from some ailing. So there's a preacher on TV saying, God, relieve this person from migraines. And they walk away saying, praise God. Okay, fine. But then why don't we bring preacher, go to Children's Hospital. Forget these rallies. Go to Children's Hospital. I don't want to get into all that. So I don't think. I think we purposely aren't going to see those direct interventions on purpose, so we're not misled. In fact, I believe a lot of those interventions are misleading. So that's my belief. So no, I think it was wonderful that he wasn't killed. And do I think God had a direct hand and guided him to do that at the time? I personally don't. But that doesn't mean, but I do believe there are things that happen, and I think things happen for a reason too. But I don't necessarily see a maniacal God up there playing with us like chess pieces. I don't see it. But anyway, let's talk about consumer stuff. But really, I want you to weigh in on anything you want. You can talk about anything you want. And by the way, you would get the respect of me listening. Do you really believe that God is targeting California? I mean, if you look at California, the place has been, oh my God, it's been devastated. But I mean, not just by this, by other things. And anyway, so let's talk to James. But
hold on, let me ask you this. Do you think the people in California have finally learned a lesson on who they're voting for?
They might, because a lot of this, by the way, even though I don't love turning everything into politics, I don't want the pain and misery turning into politics, but the devastation and the reason for it, if it is true, I'm only reading cursory reports. Supposedly, the water supply was not reinforced because it would endanger the smelt fish. Is that true? Is that really, really true? I mean, I haven't really, looked into it enough. But is that true, Mark? Have you looked into it, or are you feeling?
You mean on the water thing to protect the smelt?
Yeah. Do you think?
Yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely, it's true. And
Really?
if you smelt it, you dealt it.
So he basically said, he basically made a decision not to reserve more water than he could.
Yeah.
It was available, but
they
it
have
would.
a bunch of. I think they have Kelly's really good at this. She knows that area, but I think there's a ton of reservoirs out there that are empty because of that decision.
Well, they're not empty. They're just not being filled because of the protection of the Delta smelt. It is the size of your pinky.
And is it true?
It's a fish you can't even eat, Tom.
But
you can't eat it.
Let's talk about the other thing.
But it's also endangered.
Is it true that the mayor of L.A. truly defunded the fire department?
Yes, $17.5 million.
But was it along with defunding a bunch of other stuff, or what? Was there context given, or was it just targeted on the fire department?
Well, first of all, yes, there was a first of all, they are so in debt in California, they have to have cuts.
And again, that goes back, I read where the reason they had to do it was for immigrants.
And they did it for police. They did it for the fire department. And yes, they had to have a surplus of some sort of income to take care of not only the immigration issue, but also the homeless.
Now, that's right, homeless and immigration.
Well, and listen, the fire chief reached out, I think it was 2 months ago, and wrote her a letter or sent her an email saying, hey, this is not good at all. We need all this other stuff. We need more people, more equipment, more everything.
Yeah.
And they did. Hold on. The other really bad part of this is that the head. So again, this goes from the head of departments and not necessarily feet on the ground. Okay. So the head of, they did have a surplus left over from 2022 before they did the 2023 to 2024 budget. And the surplus they had of leftover equipment went to Ukraine and did not get reinforced back into the LA Fire Department.
All right. So bottom line is, we can differentiate the stupidity of California and how it's run politically and the suffering of the victims, I think.
But Tom, don't
and by the way, please, I want you to personally pick up the phone to James right now. Kelly, tell James I'm going to take him right after the break. Please call Kelly. Hello. Talk to James right now. I do not want him hanging up. I promise I will talk to him about this. Go ahead.
Anytime something bad happens, we look for someone to blame. And in this case, your house is burned down, you're angry, you have to blame. That's a normal
And then
reaction.
I even saw stupid things like, and I don't mean stupid, but they're blaming it on arson, and one guy claims that video of immigrants starting it.
No, Tom. One of the fires, they picked up a guy. Literally, the cops picked up, and they booked him on arson, and a fire started right there at that area. No kidding.
And anyway, I'm surprised Trump hasn't been named as someone who dropped a match, but apparently that hasn't been thought of yet. Has he been near California? But we'll be back, and we're going to do a lot of consumer stuff. But really, I want you to express yourself. This is terrible devastation. And, by the way, just to let you know, if you look on a map of leanings politically, Colorado is way to the left of California per capita, way to the left. It's just that California is so big, they get all the attention. But Jared Polis and his team, trust me, way to the left. If that matters to you. We got more coming up, 303-713-8255.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. Your personal info is in so many places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. If your identity's stolen, LifeLock's restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your subscription money back, and resolve to make identity, health, and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% off your first year with promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
Mark Szymanski at Genesis Total Exteriors, someone I've known for years and years. Let's talk, Mark, about interior painting. You guys do everything, and I love that we have a contractor we can really trust. So Genesis, interior painting, talk about it.
Yeah, Tom. So, the holidays are done, the guests are gone, the family stopped visiting. Now's a great time to take a look at the interior of your house. Those walls need a fresh coat of paint. You want to surprise your bride for Valentine's Day and have it, instead of buying her chocolates and flowers, you could have the inside of the house painting. It's a great time to do it. We got to keep our crews busy, so it's a great opportunity to save some money and fresh up the inside look of your house.
And Mark, people think, these other jobs you do, the 2-for-1 on the interior doors you were doing for replacement, and the railings replaced with metal, and this other stuff, mold detection and remediation. It's not just an also. You guys take each and one seriously. I mean, you have dedicated crews.
We do. We've been doing this for 25 years now. Hey, my guys are trained in everything that I say that we do. I have crews that are trained in it.
Exactly. It's not like, hey, get off the mold. We need someone to do a deck. I get it. And I want people to know that. That's really serious. And he doesn't just call up new contractors and say, hey, I got a customer over here. Can you take care of it? You've had long established people that you deal with, and you are, that's the way. You are the one people can trust. So GenesisTotalExteriors.com, and I believe it should be called Genesis Total Exteriors and Interiors and everything in between.com. So get that URL. That's Mark Szymanski, and his number is 303-679-8509. That's 679-8509. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. I'll make it easy for you. rpcenter.com. You know, a lot of people are thinking about their retirement. I know that because I've been getting a lot of calls and leads from my Wave 8 Wealth Management, and I know that I work with Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. They're great people. And if you ever want to know what they can do for you in your retirement, just give them a call. They'll talk to you. It's fully transparent on what they charge and what they save you and what they do for you. And what you can do is get everything without any obligation by calling them. And it's rpcenter.com. That is, of course, is their website. And if you want to talk to them, it's 970-663-3211.
Going to take you a few minutes to find all the buttons again, Tom. Mark, it's a little like getting your dad back on a scooter at the home after the incident where he ran over a nurse. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, this JR from the road, this fucking guy.
What are you going to do?
They won't be able to handle it. I told you mine went up 26% this year. I've never had a claim either auto or home.
Yeah, mine's up too. I think it's going to really very upset about the unconditional discharge.
Yeah, I'm glad it's, I'm actually glad that's done.
Well, now that he can go back and appeal it.
Yeah, now that he can, it's going to take like a year just to get out of New York.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radio.
Apparently there was so many errors. I mean, it's insane.
Well, I'm pretty sure unconditional discharge is one of Stormy's side effects from the... No? Yeah. Doc, I have an unconditional discharge. All right.
Crack the egg. What the fuck is wrong?
TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-825. Getting plenty of texts, my goodness. And that's through both the Google Voice directly, 747-999-5280, and the iHeart short code 57739. Tom, glad to see you live. Thought Mark was covering up your demise. And had me in his closet. James. What's going on, James?
Good morning, sir.
Man, what's happening?
Well, I kind of feel guilty after I heard your introduction there at the beginning of your show regarding what's going on in California for the difficulties that I'm having with
but we all have problems.
Issue.
That doesn't make other problems less important. It just, hey, everything has to be dealt with. What's going on, man?
Well, this is a pretty simple deal, okay? I bought some furniture at Living Spaces in Thornton, and they're a nationwide organization and company. But long story short, I bought 3 pieces of furniture. One of which, within a year of buying it, the motor on it's a recliner, and basically it stopped working all of a sudden. I mean, it just pushed the button, it doesn't work. So I went ahead and went through their process of putting in a claim.
How old is this?
Go ahead.
How old is it?
It's less than a year, just less than a year old. So I was told that I would have to go to their third-party warranty claim service. So I go to them and put in all the information, take photos, do a video, And they declined it and said, no, because it's within a year, you got to go back to Living Spaces. So I go back to Living Spaces, and basically they said, go ahead and fill out our information, and we have another party that deals with within a year warranty coverage.
So hold on. So the first year is covered by Living Spaces.
Correct.
And the second year, then thereafter, it's the warranty people.
Then, yeah.
And who's the manufacturer? Who's the manufacturer?
Good question. I have no idea.
Well,
who
did you call?
Some of their furniture has, what's that?
Who did you call? You called the manufacturer who told you have to.
No, Living Spaces covers their own products that they sell.
But, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you told me you called Living Spaces and they said, or you called someone, and they said because it's the first year, Living Spaces has to take care of it.
It was a warranty company, Tom.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking. Who's the warranty company?
It's, I don't know. It's warranty something. It's a third party contractor for Living Spaces. So they handle, and Living Spaces, basically, you can buy into this 5-year warranty. And
okay, got it.
Beyond the first
normally,
year,
who manufactures the furniture?
I don't know. Some of their furniture that they sell is Living Spaces manufactured furniture.
And what exactly is going wrong?
So here's the deal. A pretty simple thing. So I paid for the extra warranty.
But what's going wrong?
The motor's out. And what's going wrong is that they now have honored the warranty. And I originally paid for delivery on the furniture that I originally received. So they brought it in, set it up. Everything was fine. They did a great job.
And did the motor just stop working?
Yeah, it just totally, I really went down there one morning. I sat down, went to recline the chair, and nothing.
So now, I got it. You got a defect. Yeah. You're dealing with Living Spaces, and because it's within the first year, so where do we stand?
Well, here's where we stand. They have now, they've said, yep, we're going to cover it for you, and we're going to replace it, because they decided after all my photos and everything that instead of just replacing the motor, they're going to go ahead and replace the whole chair, which I'm happy with.
Good.
Here's the thing. They're going to actually, and they've set up a delivery date for next week. Great. I'm happy with that. But they don't take the old one. So the old one I have to dispose of. And I'm told that basically, well, you can just set it out and pay and have it your curbside bulk service. Well, the city of Thornton charges you $65.
Yeah, it won't last. Put it out there and say, absolutely do not touch this valuable furniture.
Yeah, don't put free. Put a for sale sign on it, then they'll steal it.
I totally agree with you. But the reason why I had it delivered is this stuff's heavy. I've got a bad shoulder.
No, I get it, man.
Probably should have had.
Yeah. That's weird that they make you dispose of it. But that doesn't trouble me because
the delivery guys will take it and put it in your garage or something, though, won't they?
No, they won't touch it.
No, they will.
Well,
how much? Well, I don't know. How much is I'll bet your people listening are willing to buy a motor and put it in it.
Probably.
I mean, how much was how much was it, man? How much was it?
It was like $460.
Okay, $450. And how much is the motor?
The delivery charge. Oh, I don't know what the motor cost. I didn't look because I knew it was probably going to be under warranty. So
I don't think the motor's out. By the way, that's my personal opinion. I think it's gonna be a wire in the switch or something. It's not gonna be the motor.
Yeah,
motors don't go out that soon.
And you may be right. But in the big world of things, it's a minor.
Why don't we put out the word? What part of town are you in?
Just put it on Craigslist under free stuff, man. I've done that 100 times.
You're gonna get someone to take it.
Yeah,
tell them.
I'm sure I probably.
Tell them from one handy. A free recliner needs a motor, brand new, brand spanking new.
Yeah.
And like Kevin said, just
in perfect shape.
Yeah, the delivery guys will put it wherever you want. I guarantee it.
Yeah, no, I agree. And yeah, I appreciate that. And I just think it's a customer service issue.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Yeah. I mean, but you know what? If they truly come through with a replacement, this is the last thing I'd bitch about because they could technically, under warranty, have you charge for the shipping. I mean, really, I think most warranties would charge for shipping. Sometimes they charge for delivery. So I would say, look, it's all going to come out in the end. It's going to be no better or no worse than any other warranty. And it's a pain in the ass. I get it, man. I really do. And I'm not just shining you on. I really do get it. And I really would feel the same. But I would also look for a solution rather than trying to get these. You know, some people try to change the system, and it's not going to happen. So what you do is you go around it. Let's get somebody to get it. Let's just put it on Craigslist or something. Get rid of the damn thing. Or
well, I even offered, Tom. I actually offered. I said, look, I'll even arrange to put it in my pickup truck, and I'll drive it back to the store and unload it there.
Bro, if you're willing to do that, then take it to a dump. If you're willing to put that, tell me why you wouldn't do it. No,
that's $75 out of pocket.
Is to bring it to a dump at 75?
Yeah.
Well, then if you offer it free to someone, if you offer it free, brand new, needs a motor, they're sending me a new one on, they're sending me a new chair, they won't take this one, I'm willing to deliver it, you're going to get all kinds of people who want it. You really are.
I bet if you offer delivery guys $20, they'll take it.
But whatever. What I'm saying is he's willing to put it in his pickup truck. So he doesn't want to be inconvenienced. I get it. He's inconvenienced.
Hey, Tom, take 3.
Let's take 3, okay? And what am I going to hear from this lovely person? Okay, go ahead.
Hey, Tom, I'll pick up that chair for free. I'm pretty close to him. I could be there in about an hour.
And are you handy? Can you put a motor in it?
Well, of course I can, yep.
John, I'll bet you it doesn't need a motor. I'll bet you're going to find a short.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, so let's see. James, this is John, and he says he's not far from you. And John, you're not an axe murderer, right?
X.
Okay, X. So he's given that up.
That's all right. I'm a retired law enforcement.
James, he's given up axe murdering, so we can. And another thing, John, we got to make sure.
Yep.
You're not a Trump supporter, are you? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't care what you are. So listen, let's make that connection off the air, Kelly, please. Okay, 303-713-8255. And that's how it's done.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good out here right now. We had construction work and delays on E470 north of Pena. It looks like they've cleared out. It looks much better there on the toll highway. If you're heading north up towards Loveland area or even out of Longmont, we've got a big delay on I-25 northbound. It's due to debris on the highway north of Meade before Berthoud, but there's a construction zone certainly through that particular stretch, bridge work, that is holding up the drive, so we are looking at some big backups. But city traffic here looks good for us. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
I am telling you now about Vestera Turnkey. I know Barry Miller personally. I know about his investments. And what he does is make you a landlord without the conventional hassles and risks. And it's not group investing. No, he helps you buy a property in designated markets where there's primary growth in assets and much opportunity and high rents. And he arranges everything, absolutely everything, even management. And they even take the phone calls for you. And then if you want to sell, he recommends when for the highest returns, 30 to 80% in a year or two. I'm not kidding, by the way. And then I know a lot of people have asked me about this. I am putting together smaller groups of people who don't want to do the whole thing, but I don't urge that. I urge that if you can do it with Barry directly, it's much better. Okay, if you do it through my Wave 8 Wealth Management, it's okay, but it's a slice of it, okay? The little group that we have will own one property each. So it's really up to you, but I want you to go to Barry first and see if you can work this out. And it is very simple, mybiggestreturn.com, mybiggestreturn.com.
Your Denver Broncos are back.
Yeah, it looks like
Hey,
the
Kelly?
Spaces is a lot more expensive.
Kelly?
Yeah.
Kelly?
Oh, yeah.
Kelly?
It's actually been a little slow. Yeah, December wasn't very good at all. You know, a lot of guys I talked to were, glad we got December in.
No, I wanted to make sure it was working. Mark, you're obviously able to hear YouTube because of the echo earlier, right?
No, I just saw people on YouTube. I'm sure it's fine though. Kelly fixed it.
Like this.
See, for me, December
They'd be
always
bitching
very
like
busy.
crazy.
All right. Well, we're just testing it. I hear.
Oh yeah.
Get their
I hear
electric
Kevin talking. I hear me
surgeries, get
talking. I hear Tom talking.
MSAs used. Yeah.
Yeah, both my kids wouldn't cooperate. They're both born in the first week in January. Second week.
They wouldn't cooperate.
Yeah. It's like you guys, still to this day, you're costing me money. You little creeps. Nah, I just tease them.
How old are they, Kevin?
Well, they were born in 87, so
they're 37.
37.
I know because my son was born in 86, 86, and he's 38 years old.
Look at these pressing fire hydrants, motherfucker. He has nothing to say. That's not
The water.
That's not Houston, is it?
That's what it says. Yeah.
Hey, Kelly?
Listen, man, there's not a damn thing he can do now.
Kelly, you there?
She's not hearing her, but
I think it was a water issue with the hydrants. Those hydrants can put out a ton of.
yeah, but they haven't had rain there in 6 months. That's beyond dry.
Well, Kevin, what if California stays in the ocean? I know what it is you can't get ocean water out.
Can we call the waterman on? I have some questions for him. Call the waterman.
Or seawater can't be good fire recovery.
That's what I'm wondering, the salt, or if that has adverse effects, and that's why they're not using it.
No salt's hard to burn. Sucked up a product. Should have just got water from the ocean and filled it. No, that would
Could be environmentally damaging.
That would kill the smell.
Salt water can be.
You know what's really sad, Tom?
Tools too.
A lot of these homes were built, like in the 50s and 60s.
Well, it's either that or they burn
Without,
down. I mean,
they were built before that, all these crazy regulations that the homes that were built earlier, now they're going to have to build them. It's going to cost them 3 times as much.
With the sprinklers?
Well, because of all the requirements that the new California laws, where they were in the past, they were grandfathered. So you have a $300,000 house, it's going to cost $3 million now.
Well, that's the other thing that's going to happen, because a lot of these folks are going to have to spread out because there's no housing at all to be had.
Yeah.
So you're going to start seeing, the prices are bad enough here, but they're going to go up because of it. A lot will, yeah. So I think the real estate market's going to go stupid. You're talking 10,000 buildings and houses so far.
That's a lot of houses.
Yeah, it is. I can't even imagine.
10,000?
That's the number I saw.
It's going to take a decade for it to get back to normal, if it ever does.
It never does. There's no normal out there.
What?
There's no normal.
Guys have to go, Kevin. They'll be moving out here, Doc.
Yeah, like I said that yesterday. The bad thing about it is they're all going to come to Colorado.
Make Colorado more liberal than it is now.
They're all going to be polar supporters.
We're already liberal. You're not going to change that over.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Listen, something I learned by looking into this California thing, and before when we had the fires here, a lot of people mistake what full replacement value is. They also, I think, mistake what's covered and what's not. I want to go over that with Brian Burns from Compass Insurance Group. We're going to get him on soon. I also want to talk about other things like, is it cost prohibitive to do water suppression systems on your own property? I'd like to talk to Mr. Green Jeans. He listens to my show every day. So, Kelly, make a list here. If she can break away from the mimosa. I want to get Brian Burns on. I also like to get Mr. Green Jeans on. He went through a fire, lost his home. And he has a lot of things to say about, different things. So Brian Burns and him. And then I'd like to get Paul the Waterman on. Thank you. Back to the mimosa. Back to the mimosa.
Brian was on yesterday, Tom. He was fantastic.
Yeah.
He gave so much good information.
Right, but I have some specific stuff here.
Yeah, I'm just saying he's a great source.
Now, so let's talk about, Mark, basically, is there anything pending? Because I saw here, some guy dropped off his vehicle at Kia, Arapahoe Kia.
Yeah, I'm on top of that. I'm waiting for a call back from the service manager.
So it wasn't going into fourth gear and bought it. By the way, what was his issue? He says, put tranny in. They put the tranny in. Now he has a problem with first gear after a new tranny?
Yeah, so it turns out the first transmission they sold him was bad, but it looks like they're trying to still charge him for a PCM.
Okay. Is that part of the transmission, Mark?
No, it's like a computer that operates it. So what happened was they put in a bad transmission. It was doing basically the same thing, and they sold him a PCM saying it must be the PCM, and then that didn't fix it. Then they they warrantied out that original transmission.
I'm wondering, what did they really need?
Sure.
You're saying it was after replacing the transmission again, then it worked.
But they still want them to pay for the TCM. They won't give them
is it TCM transmission control module?
Either way, PCM or TCM.
What would PCM be then?
Power control module.
Okay. So these control modules, the computer chips, are you saying he may not have needed it?
Correct.
Because they put in a bad tranny.
Right.
So give him the money back or give him the old back.
Give him the old one back. Yeah, one way or the other. That's what they were fighting.
That's logical for me.
Yeah, easy.
Now, Kevin, I called you on vacation. For my daughter, we were going to have the car towed in, and basically, she has a new battery, and her key fob stopped working. What's really odd is when we went to pick it up, the car wasn't starting well, and intermittent. And they said when it was sitting out waiting for body repair, because the parts now, it was there 2 months. That's after I prepaid for parts. But what happened was that it was fixed, but then mice or something got to the wire, so they had to replace all that. And they put new batteries in the key fob. So I was surprised when the key fob stopped working. She has a new battery, she has new wiring, and now a new key fob, new batteries. So she went to Batteries Plus, and they replaced them, and it worked. They still didn't work. Believe it or not, now, you said it could have been the main battery. It could have been a number of things, communication module, whatever. But I thought, the chances of that probably. So I said, go back to Batteries Plus. And she said, oh, why? And I said, there's probably a chance. I don't know. The little puck batteries were there a long time. They replaced them again, and everything works and has been working. Wow. So what's the likelihood of those batteries sitting around losing?
I've never had one. Because we replace them all the time on customers' cars.
I know.
I've never had a bad one.
So that was.
It had to have been put in wrong.
Maybe
you
it was.
Put them in upside down. Easy enough.
Maybe it was. So then that worked, and now it's working.
Cool.
So, what are the reasons key fobs would lose communication? What are the reasons? Bad battery, number one. Bad battery in the fob, number one.
And then you do have
main battery, number two.
Number two, and you also have a receiver module in the car.
Does that have a battery or just
no?
It's just
that
a module?
Runs off the 12
and
volts.
that module can go bad.
Sure.
How do you check for that module?
Well, you check on with a scanner. You can see signals coming in or not coming in, receiving from the.
Do you have all that crap?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So people, it's really important. These little things you don't even think about them until you need them.
Yep.
Now, here's what bothers me. I had a Mercedes where it had the push button start. But if you pull the button out, there was an ignition hole there.
Yep.
There's no ignition hole in this Hyundai.
No, not at all.
I mean, so you have, if the fob doesn't communicate, you can't start the car.
You're done.
Well, you got a mechanical key, you can pull out. Do you think, what is it, a cost-saving measure on each unit?
Yes.
Mark, do your cars have this? What do you do? Right? Do your cars have this? They don't have any keyholes, right?
No.
And then what happens with a Tesla? With a Tesla, you don't really have a fob. You walk up to it and get in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks at your phone.
Or your card, the black card I have, my son gave me. Right?
Yeah, it's the Bluetooth, basically, and there's a valet card he gave to you.
Oh, so basically, Mark, when it goes to your phone, what does it do? It identifies you as an operator and automatically activates?
Yeah, it knows it's me and then basically sets the seat, sets the temperature, does whatever I set it up to. It
so if
just
your
knows
phone
it's
is
me.
dead and
Opens
you're
the
out,
doors.
if you're out and about and your phone dies, what happens?
If I'm out and about.
Yeah,
my
I've never
phone
thought about
dies.
it. What happens?
Well, that's never happened, so I don't know.
Okay, I was just curious.
Don't know.
Well, we have more coming right up, 303-713-8255.
Uber.
And I am really rusty, not just from here, but my house, everybody. I've been out like weeks.
Were the kids staying there, or do they stay with the mom?
My daughter lives with me now.
In the Cherry Creek house.
Yeah, which I don't stay at, but
Right.
she made a little nest for herself. I'm trying to get her boosted and launched.
What's your son up to these days?
He's in high school working hard. Been accepted almost everywhere except 2 of them right now.
Where does he want to go?
There's 8 schools, bro, but NYU, Berkeley, USC, Arizona, CU, DU.
Have they sent out acceptances yet?
All right. So you know what? When we talk about real estate, I got to talk about Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Frank is just the best person you can have on your team, whether you're buying or selling. And if you're going to list and you're wondering what your house will sell for, all of this analysis is free of charge with absolutely no obligation. He'll give you an idea of what your house will sell for. He will give you a detailed analysis, and it's useful information. It's way better than an appraisal because he knows what he can do based on his 30 years of experience. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. The Art of Granite. Oh, man, do I love talking about the Art of Granite because I know Mitch Floria and his team. They do prices on the phone. The only way people do that, folks, is if they love their deals. Why would they ever do that if they didn't think they could give you a great deal? They also do wholesale on all materials. Tear out and haul away is always free. And they have a number of incentives to keep you happy. Any materials you want, give them a call. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919. theartofgranite.com. Genesis Total Exteriors. We just heard from Mark Szymanski. They're doing interior painting. They can do anything depending on the time of year. They do roofing, gutters, fascia, siding, decks, doors, windows, interior doors. They replace with beautiful solid wood doors. They can convert your wood banisters, those old-fashioned looking ones, to beautiful metal banisters. They can do the interior painting, as I said, or anything else. Mold detection and remediation. You see, they're really an all-around company. And isn't it wonderful to have someone you can trust? And I've been trusting them for 30 years. Genesis Total Exteriors.com. 303-679-8509.
Have any schools sent out acceptances yet?
What's that?
Have they sent out their acceptance letters yet?
Oh, he's been accepted at all of them except
really?
2. Except 2. Right now. I mean, he hasn't been not accepted. He hasn't heard from him.
So what's his first choice?
His first choice will be UNC or NYU. They're both equal to him.
USC, I heard, is in a terrible, terrible part of town.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
NYU. What?
USC. I thought USC was at
Watts.
Watts.
Yeah. But NYU, you get a great. I mean, you have the whole city of New York right there.
Yep.
And Tom's paying for it, so
That sounds horrible,
big deal.
Doc.
I don't think anybody has their headphones on in there.
Well, that's all right. I'll tell you. Can
It's
you
downtown.
imagine living in New York City? God.
Square. Not Union Square.
No, yeah, no.
It's
Taking the subway. I mean, you can.
I sure
at
thought
least
about
that's
it
like
once,
a free
but
zoo.
that was probably 30 years ago.
But we took my son there because he was thinking about. It was a beautiful spring day, 55 degrees, sun shining, streets are crowded. We took him there.
I don't know. Like I told a homeless guy last
Would
Thursday,
anybody want to live here?
who started
So
yelling at
crowded,
me.
you can't see the sun.
I said, hey.
These, open spaces
Between
in
the two of
Colorado.
us, I'm the psycho.
That's the first thing I know.
He laughed and stopped
You're
yelling.
going back to New York, you start walking around, you have no idea which direction you're going.
I didn't even have to show him the
because
teeth.
you don't see the sun, you don't see anything. You don't
But
realize it growing up.
It's what you get used to, you know.
It becomes your world.
Yeah, it does, absolutely. Those people in New York can't imagine not living there. Yeah.
Is that a state school, state-funded school?
No,
It's on one of them double-decker
NYU.
bus tours once in New York, and the tour guide was fantastic, funny.
Well, D
engaging,
was
great.
private too.
He said, if you people are from anywhere outside of here, you're not going to understand what I'm about to tell you, but I've lived within the same 4-block area my entire life. I was born on a hospital 3 blocks away.
As opposed to letter
I've never
U.
owned a car, never
It's
mowed a
weird.
lawn,
Every
never
state
been
has
through a
a
drive-through.
university of,
and he went through all these
state
list of
university.
things that we just really take
No,
for
but-
granted. It was
But why is it
And he's not BSing.
University
Not
of
at all.
Colorado
I know.
as opposed to Colorado University?
Well, there is Colorado University.
Down in Springs, yeah.
I think the University of means there's several universities inside the school.
Yeah. Like, well, let's put it this way. What's the one in
CSU.
CSU, Colorado State, and
Right.
then there's university. In every state, there seems to be a state and then a university. So
It's
CSU and CU, basically. And in California, I think it's the same thing, right? I don't know if it's. I thought
There's
that
the University of
almost,
California, and about 20 different campuses that are on their own thing, right?
New York University, the government state pays for it. Like Colorado State.
No, just like Denver University, New York University, NYU.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom Martino here. I'm going to talk to Paul Dowding, and I want you to stay tuned for Brian Burns. We have some important stuff to talk about with insurance. Paul, Brother Paul is with waterpros.net. Paul the Waterman, I call him. He's got a new special this year. And, hey, listen, the old special was great. But, Paul, let me get this straight. The Smart Computer Water Softener. This is for better skin, better laundry, better pipes. Am I reading this correctly? And this is not like a joke. I'm not trying to make this like Home Shopping Network shit. Oh, stop. Sorry, get me. Hey, nix me, please. I nix myself, please. I said a bad word for the first time in 45 years. I'm very serious. I did.
Oh, yeah, right.
I did. Did you get, okay. Did
I
you get
heard it, but it's not the first time in 45 years.
It is too, Mark. When have I ever said a word, but slipped a word ever that you know?
Oh, you mean on the air?
Yeah. Oh, of course, yeah. First time ever on the air. First time. Now, don't make any Biden jokes or I swear I'll come out there. I'll just drive right out there right now. Okay. $24.95, Paul. Is that for the whole system, lock, stock, and barrel?
It's a basic smart computer water softener, $24.95. And then what we also have, Tom, I just want to share with everybody, I'm doing a lot of research. So the PFAS contamination has been going on for over 50 years. And so it's in the soil. Our farmers have it.
Yeah.
It's in the biosolids that come from the waste treatment plant. So what we also did is we have a whole house. We call it the Matrix or the Econo Pro Max. It has KDF 55 activated carbon and resin. So it's not only going to soften the water, it's going to get rid of the forever chemicals, get rid of the total chlorine content. then that's only $3,695.
Oh, you didn't tell me about that one. That's awesome. So you can get this base model, which is not so base. It's a beautiful model for everything. Yeah. But if you want to add the PFAS contamination protection, what is it called?
So what it is that we use KDF 55 and activated carbon. It's two separate filter medias. And that's going to remove the forever chemicals plus the total chlorine content. And then it goes to the second chamber where it removes the hardness. So we can do the base Smart Computer Water Softener, $24.95 fully installed, or we can do the Econo Pro Max, which basically does it all for $36.95 installed.
Oh man, that is something else. That is really cool. Okay, so you got it, and all they have to do is call you 303-862-5554. Listen, thanks, Paul, for being on, and I'll make sure to remind people of this. How long are you doing this special?
We're going to do it, for the foreseeable future, Tom, because this forever chemical problem is real, it's serious, and it's got to be dealt with.
All right. That's, man, I'm telling you, these prices are the best we've seen. $24.95 softening, add PFAS protection for everything, $36.95. We got more coming up.
And then we went down to Greenwich Village. We visited two gay guys that we knew living right in the middle of Greenwich Village with incredible location. Their apartment was smaller than my son's bedroom. And he said, how could two people live here? It's impossible. We had no idea that living in the heart of Greenwich Village for two gay guys was like nirvana.
And a lot of the apartments don't have closets, don't have, so you got to build furniture, you got to build, it's a challenge. It is.
Different lifestyle.
It is.
Okay, so this is an issue.
But the cost of commuting is excessive in New York. Parking's ridiculous
to
try to drive.
Normal people take the subway. I mean, when I was working there,
at least
I took the bus and subway for years. It was just, it's what you do.
What you're doing. Some of my brothers would work in the city, construction engineers. So it's very difficult for them to go to job sites by subway because a lot of the gear you got to bring with. So
was he allowed to park on the job site?
Most of the time, yeah. Long Island. Yeah. Long Island. Yeah, I was born in Queens.
Cousins live in a place called East Meadow.
Yeah, it's on the island.
It's on the South Shore, yeah.
And then you used to take me when I just got married to Jones Beach.
Yep. Every weekend we go to Jones Beach.
But, New Yorkers don't call Manhattan, Manhattan.
Nah, city.
You say you go to the city, that means you're going to Manhattan.
I call it Manhattan Island.
Yeah, but
but we don't say Manhattan.
We don't say Manhattan Island.
They just say
if you live in the city, they mean
they mean Manhattan.
But the city spreads. I mean, it's not just the island they call a city. You can go through Jamaica and Queens and other places. They call that city too.
Well, not Long Island's not part of Manhattan.
It's not, but part of it is the city.
Long Island, the western part of Long Island has Brooklyn and Queens. When you go east of Queens, that's the rest of Long Island.
That's Long Island. The other part's the city.
Right.
What about the Hamptons?
That's
Long Island.
That's east. That's east of.
We get thrown out of the Hamptons every summer.
Yeah, we drove by the houses there.
Yep.
Because they had a little boat in, was it Montauk?
Montauk.
What is it?
Montauk. Montauk
Yeah,
Point.
we went fishing in Montauk.
That's the point of Long Island. There's 2 points. It's like a fork. So that's weird because I learned how to fish out there. And then I came to Colorado and everything instead of 40, 50-pound test is 2 and 4 pound test. Fishing for stream fish and stuff.
Yeah,
there's a whole striped bass was our favorite.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Long Island looks like that. On the west western part, there's 2 boroughs, and then once you go east, the rest is called Long Island.
Long Island is separated. There's a river here. What's that, the Eastern Hudson River?
Yeah.
It doesn't touch Manhattan.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not connected, no.
It's
not connected.
East River.
East River.
Yeah, I've always called it Manhattan. You think that's funny to call it Manhattan Island?
To call what?
I always call it Manhattan Island.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just that nobody does, but...
But that, it just means you're not from the city, that's all.
Yeah.
No, you...
Manhattan Island.
So people say they're from the city, and New York, are they meaning...
It's a broad...
Hello?
Broad. Yeah, because it always, Jones Beach is on the South Shore.
I love
The South Shore is the ocean side, and then the North Shore is the Long Island Sound.
We used to take the sailboat out to Flyer Island.
Mm-hmm. Fire Islands versus summer houses.
There's a lot of Indian names. We had a tennis player friend. He was a famous tennis player. He lived in Oyster Bay.
Yep, it's on the North Shore. Yep.
They have all these little towns.
Oyster Bay.
Yeah.
Because they're in the highest spot in Google searches. The main searches for Gaza.
See, where we lived was Glen Head, Glen Cove, Sea Cliff, Locust Valley, Oyster Bay, Manhasset, Syosset, Hicksville. Hicksville.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I can remember that.
Hicksville.
And then Farmingdale.
Farmingdale.
Long Island.
Yeah. Westbury.
I mean, there's hundreds of little towns that you can name. Patchogue, Quaker, I mean, and there's all these Indian names.
Well, Manhattan itself is an Indian name.
It was named after the tribe that lived there.
What'd your folks do there, Kevin?
My dad worked in the city. He's an executive.
Oh, yeah, my cousins, they took a railroad.
Long Island.
Yeah, Long Island Road.
You take it
That's
in.
above ground.
That's a diesel train. You take it into Grand Central Station, and they turn it into electric underground train.
Good having you.
To the subway.
I think we did that one.
Yep.
Let me go to my AI and see if they can do that. Can you produce, somebody wants to know, can you show me in a video how to change the oil in my 2020 Hyundai Elantra?
Kelly?
Nope.
Oh, I just had a question for Kelly.
Yep.
I'll talk to her later.
Yes, sir.
The guys that would fascinate me in Grand Central Station, because there's probably 20 different tracks. And then you just go up to the booth, you tell them where you're going. Like in our case, I'm going to Glen Head. 12. He wouldn't say anything high to buy anything, just, track 12.
Oh.
Yeah, and he knows the
Oh, I
line.
do know that.
And,
Well,
yeah. And
I go with that.
yeah, now it's probably computerized. But back then, this guy sitting behind a window. You just
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Reading through some of the text. Somebody asked Tom if AI is great with, I'm done. I'm just basically quoting or generalizing. I'm not quoting directly. Can't you just ask it for a video on changing your oil or something like that? Why couldn't it produce a video and brakes and oil and replacing parts in the dishwasher. And I said, I agree. So I just asked my boyfriend, who I used to have a female voice, used to call my girlfriend. Now, for some reason, I can't get a female voice, but my boyfriend now. And it's on the chat, and he says, I asked, can you show me a video how to change the oil in my 2020 Hyundai Elantra? And that's my daughter's car. So I just asked, and it says, and I got several videos. I have several. Now, they didn't produce the video, I don't think, but no, I know it did. It gave me links. You click on, and every one of them will show you exactly that. The video provides step-by-step, blah, 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 before you begin, ensure, blah, blah. Then they give you a list of what to do before you begin, and then you click on the videos. Mm-hmm. So it really does, here's what AI does, and I've said this before. AI does, I call it ROAR, results, organized, and regurgitated. ROAR. Mm-hmm. That's really what it is. It's search.
Yeah, because the information's there. It's just finding it for you.
Yeah. And anyway, this hour brought to you by Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. Wonderful man. Everything you need in his toolbox to get your home sold or to buy one. 303-920-1622. Free market valuations of your home for the asking. Now, do I have Brian Burns on? Is he still there? Because I'm sorry I didn't go to him and I need to. Is he still there? Yes, he is. So, Brian, man, I so appreciate you waiting. You there, Brian?
No problem. How you doing, Tom?
Good, man. Compass Insurance Group, theinsurancehelpcenter.com, or 303-996-9000, free insurance checkups. I get good reports about that all the time. But I think something has to be said here. Some people have too much sympathy. Some people have no sympathy. But everyone says, don't worry, they have replacement coverage. But here's something that people need to know. Even with replacement coverage, it doesn't cover the lot and the infrastructure, if I'm correct. Tell me what does total replacement coverage mean? Because a lot of people who had total replacement coverage, and even a pretty good amount of it, they don't insure your equity. You lost it.
Yeah, and replacement cost is a tricky phrase because it could mean different things. Replacement cost could mean that, hey, if something is damaged in my house, let's say, or something on my house, they're going to replace it with something new. That's the normal term for replacement cost. What I think you're getting at is extended replacement cost.
What I'm talking about is total loss cover, total.
Well, yeah, and that's hard to find. There's not many carriers that would offer that. The way I would rephrase that would be uncapped replacement cost. So that would mean no matter what it would cost to rebuild your house, the insurance company is going to pay. That is very, very difficult to find. We do have a couple companies that offer it, but it's shrinking. We used to have a handful that offered it. Now we have a couple left.
So what do you mean it's hard to find? I mean, if I totally lose my house, that's total replacement, right?
No, because, well, it's up to the dwelling limit or whatever extended amount you have on your policy. So let's say you have a State Farm policy and all they offer is 20% extended replacement cost. So if your dwelling amount is set at $400,000, the most they're going to pay if you have 20% extended replacement cost is 20% over that, so $480,000 in that case.
So let's say this
total loss. If it costs $700,000 to rebuild your house, because you know what's going to happen in California is even way worse.
Can't you get inflation coverage, or can't you get cost of living or anything like that?
What cost? Yeah, all you're getting is on your policy. You have a dwelling limit, whatever that dwelling limit is, and then you have to see what extended replacement cost. That's the amount that the insurance company will go over and beyond your dwelling limit in the case of a total loss. But my point is, most of the time, that's not near enough.
Okay, now, here's the thing. If I had a home that I could clearly sell for $1 million, I could sell it. Then it burns to the ground. I have nothing.
Yep.
Now I have, my dwelling coverage turns out to be $600,000. Should I rebuild it with 600 if I can? Maybe I can. Whatever. If I eat into that to try to build it, I mean, I just have to go into debt. But it's very possible. And in most of the time, your equity's gone. Isn't that true?
Yeah, so you're saying whatever value you had in there.
It's always above your value always exceeds your actual dwelling cost. Always.
Yeah, because if you think about it, especially when you're in an area where there is a wildfire risk most of the time, it's, you're there because of the trees and the
but even regardless of that, even without the trees and all that, what I'm saying is people are not going to pay you the same amount. You're going to lose money because the value that you had prior to the fire is going to be eaten up in extra costs. You're never going to build ever that house for your replacement costs.
Well, and that's why I'm telling you that what we try to do, I try to always get extended replacement costs, because you're right, the cost of rebuilding that house is going to be more than what your dwelling limit is, especially in the case where there's so many homes lost at once.
If one is lost if I'm the one in the neighborhood, that's totally different than in the neighborhood.
Totally different.
Why?
That's right.
Why?
Well, because as we saw in Boulder, the cost of construction skyrocketed. It was no longer this one-off home. It was a shortage of supplies. It was contractors, taking advantage, in my opinion, at times. And so you had this influx of need, and so that demand is so great that then the costs for everybody go way up. And so that's what was happening here, and it's going to be that on steroids in Los Angeles.
Okay, now here's the thing: the equity on top of the building costs and all that is devastating not to get back. But what about like Maui? Okay, now in Maui, that whole village was gone, and basically people are underinsured. Now, for example, there were people that had coverage, and not just Maui, but anywhere. Let's just say this. Let's say their dwelling costs and all that maybe should have been higher. If they were underinsured, can they be popped with total loss with a co-insurance penalty? And for those listening, all that means is this. If you were underinsured, let's just say people think they're beating the system. Let me explain this. Let's say your house is $600,000, and you say to yourself, well, when am I going to have a $600,000 claim? Never. I'm only going to have a roof claim that's maybe $70,000. I might have this claim or that claim. I'm never going to have a $600,000 claim. And so they insure for $400,000. And insurance companies can come, and to make numbers easier, let's say it's 600 should be, and you have 300 in coverage. Let's just say that. You get away with it, right? Or you have an old policy. And that's 50% of what it should be covered for. So you're paying less premium than you should be paying. So if you had a total loss, couldn't they theoretically say that you're only getting 50% of the coverage?
Yeah, that's theoretically, but that's really not an issue for personal lines insurance. For residential, because insurance companies, at least the majority of ones out there, all your admitted carriers, have what's called a replacement cost estimate that is run by the agent for that insurance company, and you cannot write the insurance. You can't put a dwelling limit less than what they come up with as the appropriate replacement cost.
You can't.
So you can't. Insurance companies won't.
What about if that replacement cost creeps up? When do they come back and say you need more coverage?
So the way that they'll get you there is an inflationary amount every year that most insurance companies will raise your dwelling limit just to try to keep up with inflation. But where they get you, where this could come into play, is if you have a dwelling limit, let's go back to your example of $600,000, and you really truly have it at $600,000, and the next year you finish your whole basement, which wasn't finished before, and you don't inform the insurance company. Well, when they go out there and they're like, hold on, the whole basement was finished, we didn't have this on record, the replacement cost would have been much higher. At that point, they can penalize you if you're not reporting to the insurance company the appropriate amount of work that you're doing throughout the year, or through the years.
Okay. Brian?
But that short rate penalty, Tom, sorry, just one last thing. The reason I said not really applicable for residential, it is absolutely applicable for commercial insurance. So if you have, because they don't have replacement cost estimators. So if you choose to insure your building, your commercial building, for less than whatever that coinsurance clause is, then you will get shorted on your payout.
Thank you, Brian, for everything. Appreciate it. That's 303-996-9000. Get your insurance checkup. I'm going to go back to the phones in a minute here. I want to tell you 888heating.com has the Extreme Clean $45. Honest people for replacements and the best prices for high efficiency units, and they're willing to show you. Okay, 303-770-2776. Okay. I'm sorry. I got to chime in here pretty quickly. And what I want to talk about is important, and that is Gravina's Windows, because I love these people. You know, the Gravina's been with me for years and years and years, offering quality windows, not just one line, 50 lines of windows. You see, you got to say something good about that. When there's 50 lines of windows, Gravina's does the job. Now, this is the original Gravina's, okay, on West Evans. So please make a note of that. And this is the site for them, GravinaWindows.com. There are some other people in the business. Now, I'm not saying bad or good. I'm just saying these are the people I know, GravinaWindows.com. 303-472-8462. 50 lines of windows, great pricing, and good expertise. 303-472-8462. And Zero Res Denver. How much more can I say than, God, it's the only place I'll let in my home. You want to talk health? Listen, you don't want crap in your air or on your carpets and then on your shoes and on everything. So that's why it's Zero Res. Nothing's left behind. In fact, when they do their cleanings, they're going to take out all the crap from previous cleanings, and they're going to do it with empowered, that's my word, not theirs. It's a super softened, purified water, okay? It's like an empty water, I call it. It absorbs all the pathogens and washes them away, the allergens. It makes your home like new. The carpets feel and look new. And you know what? The dirt doesn't come back because there's no residue to stick it around. These are good people, and they know what they're doing. And I would get them at any price, although they always have great pricing and great specials for Martino listeners. And you tell them Martino sent you, because I'm proud of having them as a sponsor. 303-471-5150. 471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com, and Res is R-E-Z, ZeroResDenver.com. I forgot to order pizza for you guys.
We got it.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry. I'm just in the fog. Oh, I just realized, shit, it's 11. Oh. I'm not doing three, so really, I'm sorry, I'm not doing it.
What?
I don't know.
Governor will exempt these people from paying their property taxes. But they have no house.
Well, Well, they still have to pay mortgage, though, if there's no house. I mean, the fact
Yeah, but he's right. There shouldn't be the same property
There
tax.
shouldn't be. But
Nope.
You think they should be exempt from taxes, Tom?
No, not exempt. You pay for what you have. If you had a $400,000 house and now you have a lot that's worth $100,000, you pay on that.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
You pay for what you have. I mean, if you want to do a kind gesture, that's a totally different thing. If you want to do a social gesture, but if you want to do an economic one, it's what you have. You're always taxed for what you have.
Okay.
Mark did a really good job, man. He really brought in the sheet for me. God almighty. As far as wave 8, he really did a good job.
Tom, did you fly with United to Hawaii or Southwest? Who'd you fly with to Hawaii? What? Last time I went to Hawaii, when we got on the plane in Honolulu, we flew to Phoenix, and we had to go from Phoenix to Denver.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Someone asked me to please give out that number again. I'm sorry I don't give it out enough, but I thought I did. They're just great people, and I bragged on them, on everything they do around the house. 303-679-8509. So I want to continue here on the phones. I got my deputies with me today. We got Sheridan Autotech, Kevin Calkin, Uncle Kevin. So, Jesse, what's going on with this propane company? I'm sorry for your wait there. Wait. You called back, but I knew you were holding earlier. What's going on, Jesse?
They're trying to get $5,000+ out of me.
Well, why?
I don't know why.
Let's talk about this.
Well,
when did you start propane service with them?
Okay, I live in Pueblo West, and I have propane.
Okay.
And I had this company called, it was a local company anyway.
Okay, and got service from...
Everything was going fine, and then this company called AmeriGas bought it. And everything was going fine, and then all of a sudden... I owed $5,192.38, and then I get another. Now,
Jesse, I don't want this to be too much. I want to do one thing at a time, though. So, when you said all of a sudden, with the old company, let's call it the local gas company, you're paying monthly.
Yes.
And you never had a balance build up. You used to pay everything due.
Yes.
Okay. And then when AmeriGas, when did AmeriGas take over? Do you know?
Probably, no, not exactly, but it was in I don't know if it's in 23.
Okay, whatever. It's just recently. So here's what I need to know. Here's what I need to know. So AmeriGas took over, and then did they continue sending you monthly bills?
Yes.
And you continue to pay them?
And I can, yes.
Then my obvious question is this. What is that balance from?
I don't know. That's why I said I don't owe it, because...
What are your normal monthly bills?
I don't even know what it was for.
No, I get it. What are your normal monthly bills?
Right now, I'll have to get my other. I changed company.
Wait a minute.
I changed.
This AmeriGas, when did you go away from AmeriGas?
February the 7th and 24.
Yeah, okay. You didn't like him anymore?
AmeriGas? No, because they were charging me $5,000 for something I didn't even know what it was.
All right, Jesse. When you changed, what did you change to in February?
I changed to what's called Blue Flame.
Okay. And are they a local company?
Company, local.
Okay.
The AmeriGas was no longer local.
Yeah, I understand. So you changed to Blue Flame in February 2024, but now they're pursuing you. The old company is pursuing you for $5,000.
Oh, they've been pursuing me ever since. Even when I was with them,
right?
Before I,
but they never told you. This is odd. They never told you what it was for.
No, I've got 2 final bills here when I switched.
And what's your final bill? What is your final bill?
$7,258.72.
7,000 plus. And they don't give an explanation. Was part of it for a tank that you had to buy?
Well, see, this is the strange part. I have 2 sheets here that says final bill. And one says it's $5,056.17. And the other one says $7,200. And
can you send those bills to us?
Sure, I'll have to make copies. But
well, let me ask you this. Do you have a phone that you can take a picture of it?
I have a phone and I have a picture, but I will tell you that I'm not very good at this stuff. I'm pretty old.
How old are you?
89.
89? You should be off the phone and in bed in a bedpan. Get the hell off the phone.
I agree.
Jesse,
I would love to be able to do that, but I can't because I got this stuff.
Jesse, let's take care of this for you.
I'll work with her on this.
Deputy Doc, he wants to work with it. Listen.
It's pretty simple to take care of.
He wants to parse through what the hell this is all about for you. So
I don't have.
What's that, dear?
I'm trying to find out why I was charged so much.
We're gonna find all that out for you. Don't let it worry you, okay?
We'll take care of it, Jesse.
When's your next birthday?
August the 20th, this year.
Okay, so you're going to be 90.
August, I'll be 90.
90. Wow.
Yes.
Well, God love you, as my mom would say.
She's creeping up on you.
Yeah. So listen, Jesse.
Well, this is something I just don't want to deal with, but it doesn't matter how old you are. When somebody wants to get money from you,
it doesn't matter at all. The only reason I asked, I just asked out of curiosity when you said you're not very good at this stuff. So you sound like you're on top of it. Actually, you sound like you're on top of it. So, hey, listen, Jesse, in the event we need to talk to you again, she's gonna, Kelly, Kachina Kalori, she's gonna get some information from you for Doc, and Doc will be in touch with you, okay?
Okay, so I need to take pictures of these.
No, right now don't do anything.
What to do?
Right now you don't have to do anything. Just wait for Doc to call you.
Her name is Doc. Okay.
His name is Doc. It's Doc.
DOC.
He's a retired doctor.
Oh, Doc.
He's a retired doctor. He's in his late 70s, and do not go out on a date with him at all. Don't ever do that. No matter how hard he pleads. All right, Jesse, hang on, all right? Hang on, dear. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
2 phone calls.
I hope.
Well, we'll find out.
I think it's the tank. They're always around $5,000.
But why is there a $2,000 difference?
That I don't know. But the original 5, when they took over, they realized she was renting the tank from the old company, and they don't rent them anymore. So they probably said, you got to buy the tank.
Right.
and they usually parse that out in payments. But I think she was probably warned about it and all that. But if she has that big tank, it's about $500. No, $500.
But they're usually 500-gallon tanks. Yeah.
No, excuse me. I'm sorry. 5,000 would be real high for that tank. Hold on. 5,000's way high for that tank. I was thinking $500, and I said 5,000. It would be more than $500. I remember when I bought mine, it was $500. But that was like, 35 years ago. I think that might be high. But, Doc, you'll get through it. They just have to tell her what it's for.
Exactly. And if it's legit.
All right, so I want to tell you about wave8wealthmanagement.com, or you can just do investwithmartino.com. Now, seriously, I want to tell you this. I selfishly started this company to manage my own portfolio years ago, and we developed some strategies that were really helpful to me, and I was so tired of the industry. Listen, people who call themselves advisors truly aren't your advisors 98% of the time. They really aren't. What they do is they get a relationship with you and then shuttle your money off to a big firm that does all of the trading. We work with every single client individually. And I talk to all of you. You can text us. I have a great team. And we've put together this team to be here forever. I'm serious. We're talking about succession, and we got people in the wings learning the business, and we are here to win it for you. And it's done marvelous for myself, and I want to pass this on to others. That's why I went public with this. And you have my sincere pledge that I am in it every step of the way with you. This is not one where you just come to me and then we shuttle you off. And anyone who's worked with us, they know it. So here it is, 303-771-HELP. That's the number, 303-771-4357. And the website, make it easy, it's investwithmartino.com. Although I promise you, I don't touch the money. It goes to our wholesale accounts with our custodian. So it's investwithmartino.com. And as I said, I pledge to you the same attention I give to myself each and every day. What just happened?
Nothing.
Doc.
Oh.
It was a blip. I got it. I got it before I said, "Oh shit."
One word answer. Everybody goes, okay, yeah.
What happened?
Well, I'm sorry.
There was a little blip on my phone, but it was less than a second.
Oh,
don't be a dipstick, Doc.
It was, yes.
I wonder at what point it was not going to be a 30. I don't know. I just can't.
And they interview Mr. Wonderful a lot. Is that his name, Mr. Wonderful?
Yeah, Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful.
Why did they? I mean, is he? What is
he likes to talk.
But what does he do? Like,
he's an investor.
I know about the
billions and stuff.
Investor. O'Leary.
He's a billionaire.
He's got
What's it to
several
you?
different. I don't know if it was. I don't think he had car dealerships. No.
He's pretty relevant. He's very conservative.
Yeah, but he's got a couple different funds. Kevin O'Leary.
Man, this ban on TikTok is unbelievable. What could you show the Supreme Court that would allow them to do this? It's clearly a violation, I think,
somewhere they were collecting data
of free speech.
Yeah, but no, it's because it's owned by a Chinese company.
They just wanted it sold to an American.
They were collecting data.
Yeah, it was national security.
But
everybody's collecting data.
Boy, do you know what? This sends a signal to social media companies. Man.
Yep.
Look what Facebook did say. No more fact checking.
Yeah.
Here's what's funny: getting rid of the fact checkers will make stuff more accurate. Oh, yeah. Liberals hate that. Please give us the censorship, please. We can't afford people to say what they really believe.
Well, how about that? He's putting in a bid to buy TikTok.
What's that, sir?
It's been
well, you were saying who's this guy from Shark Tank? Is that O'Leary?
Batman?
He's putting in a bid for TikTok?
He could probably put together a group.
Yes, well, with a group.
Well, yeah, but still. Shit, man, I have to put a bid in to get a dinner at Elway's. He's doing fine.
I don't know if I've ever been on TikTok.
O'Leary Ventures. Just slap Ventures on the end of your name. There you go, Tom. Martino Ventures.
Didn't Twitter drop like a rock when Elon Musk bought it? That was the dog because of that.
Well, he bought it for a purpose. He didn't buy it to buy it.
To get Trump on it.
Well, he bought it to stop the nonsense. He's definitely one of those guys playing chess when we're all playing checkers. Musk, he's out there somewhere.
If Instagram really goes away next week, I don't know how I'm going to go to the bathroom. I don't know what. Oh my God. What am I going to do?
Why would Instagram go away?
Did I say Instagram? God damn it. I can't. I jumping ahead saying I can't go to Instagram because I'm hetero. I have a serious TikTok problem.
I like those YouTube shorts.
I know, but is it Instagram? Are you on Pinterest? Are you looking for decorating ideas? No, I know. All right, here you go. I'll take a picture or something, send it to you. I'll call it. Look how swollen my thumb is. All right. Coming back.
That one plane that scoops up water while it's flying.
Yeah,
How the
is
fuck
that amazing?
How does it do that?
What do you mean?
It just has little shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's got to cause sudden. Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So listen, let's go to the phones here. Oh, we don't have anybody for the first time today. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So Mark's got to leave a little early, so I'm going to interview him. Mark, bottom line.
Yes.
Do you ever worry about this out in the woods about fire?
Oh, hell yeah, man, of course.
What do you do to mitigate?
Well, everything I think is like 15 or 20 feet away from the house. We deal with the pine needles every year. They're the biggest thing to me. But I mean, we live in what? 75 to 100-foot trees all around the house. I mean, you've been out here. And we're in the Black Forest. We're just kind of at the very end of it. So you always worry about it.
75.
But we've got two firehouses, I mean, right near us, like literally right near us. Did you see that house in your old neighborhood in Franktown burn today or yesterday?
In my subdivision that I developed. Yeah,
I know, right down the road from where you live.
One of the lots I sold to those people. I think I know who they are. Listen, I wouldn't want any one of them to suffer. This is terrible. I don't know what happened there. It was for sale, though, I think. It was for
I think it was just contained to that only. I think it started in the house. So,
I don't know if it was vacant or not or how that works.
They did, in California, they really did arrest some guy with a blowtorch, man. Like 5 neighbors saw this cat walking around with a blowtorch, trying to light shrubs and stuff up, and they kind of called the cops, and they kept him there, and he got arrested for arson, man.
But if that was where it started, and then the wind...
No, this happened like yesterday in an area that... I know it was near a trailhead or a park or something, but it wasn't around all the fires, kind of in that area.
Oh, so he wanted to just add to the calamity.
That's right. But how do we know he didn't start it? I mean, it's really crazy to think... you think of a terrorist attack, you think of 9/11, no one ever thought of that. Imagine if these monsters came over here and that's their new way of doing business, man. That's scary as hell.
It sure as hell is. It sure as hell is. So, here's
the other thing you missed while you were gone. one of the good people we both know ended up flying out to UCLA, Reagan Hospital out there. And it was so overpacked, man. They had an appointment with the doctors and everything. They love the doctors, so I want to get that out there right now. They flew out to see a specialist. And
a specialist for what, Mark?
I believe, well, I don't want to get into that because some people know who I'm talking about. It's not fair.
Oh.
So they flew out to see a specialist for a pretty serious thing. And it's the number 5 hospital in the country. Think about that. Number 5 in the country.
Yeah.
And this is before the fires, Tom. 130% capacity. They ended up 4 days sleeping in the hallway. The husband ended up getting up one night to use the bathroom, walks into the bathroom in the middle of the night, no private bathroom, it's just in the hallway. There's a homeless guy, buck naked, in the middle of the bathroom doing his business right there. I mean, that's the kindest way to say it.
On the floor?
What? Yeah, right there on the floor. It was absolutely crazy.
There was no shower. Mark.
What?
You can say defecating.
Yeah, that's what I said last time. But here's the deal, man. It was so crazy. Now, people go, why didn't they go to a hotel or something? Because they got out there, they did a procedure. During the procedure, she ended up getting, I forget what the bug is called, but basically they wouldn't let her leave the hospital.
Well, there's staph infection usually from a hospital, but...
Yeah, so she got an infection of some sort, I forget which one. So that's why they couldn't go back to the hotel. They were stuck in the hospital, stuck in a hallway, in the 5th best hospital. But that's California for you, and that's pre-fires, man.
Wow. Okay, listen.
He didn't care.
What about him? Never mind. I want you to text me, please, because now you have me curious, okay? So text me on that.
Yep.
Thanks. So basically, hospitals are overwhelmed. Do you realize how crowded it is? I don't know why. I mean, is it that people are living longer?
Oh, my God. No, it's not. It's because of immigration and homelessness. That's where they go.
I guess.
And they can't be turned away, Tom. That's the problem.
No, that's literally what it's from. There's no I guess. That is literally where it's from.
Yeah. They have, I know that I've recently heard somebody had to wait for a private room. They couldn't even get and I say wait for private. People say, why a private room? I mean, most people have private rooms. Even the semi-private rooms were all filled. And,
They didn't take a shower for 4 days because there was no place available. On the 4th night, they were able to take a shower. And what happened on the 4th night is even crazier. They took one of the ERs and they partitioned it off with shower curtains, basically, and made it into a room for 8 people. And then that was the last thing they had. So they moved them from the hallway into there.
That's pretty sad. I mean, it really is. But... I mean, what do we do with immigrants that want to come to the country? What do we do? I mean, people, it's amazing how the mayor of Denver says, he's going to be on the outskirts of Denver to ward them off, and how the governor of California will defy them, and Polis is going to defy them. And so what are they basically saying? And I really mean this. I don't want to just slough them off as some nut. But are they saying, come one, come all? I mean, because it's not going to do them any good. I mean,
they thought they'd get the votes, but, I mean, it's pretty obvious that
if we don't have the facilities to help, it's not going to help people by doing it. It's just not going to help.
They're just moving cash around from one account to another so they can pay for the care and feeding of the illegal immigrants and the homeless.
I think California actually gave illegals some form of health care. You know what? Denver might have as well. I think they did.
Well, it's amazing to me that common sense can't prevail. And
did you see that our Medicare budget in Colorado is like 30 or 40% of the entire budget, and they've got to get rid of $1 billion coming up, like right now. I think within the next month or so, they got to cut $1 billion, and they're trying to figure out where to cut it. So you have schools After you go schools, K through 12.
Yeah, Mike, hold on. You're up with us right now, Mike. Okay, go ahead, Mark.
There's nothing left. Go ahead.
Mike?
Yeah, Tom, this is nothing new. This has been going on in L.A. for quite a while. In South Central L.A., they closed 8 hospitals for underperformance. And so now you have L.A. City and L.A. County Fire Department paramedics standing in the hallways for 8 to 12 hours because there are no beds in the ER because of the volume, and they can't get their pram back, so they're out of service for that time period.
It's triage.
Wow.
Exactly. It's a matter of sorting, and if you're more serious than the next guy, you get seen first.
Well, that makes sense. That's always been a medical priority.
Now,
that has nothing to do.
Do you feel? Go ahead.
It has nothing to do with who comes in. It's just the amount of people that are coming in. But of course, you always take the serious
or how
cases.
they come in.
Yeah, but it's always you take the serious cases first.
Right, but people have the misconception that if they call an ambulance, they're going to get priority, and that is not the case.
Right, because it's what they're suffering from when they get to the ER.
It's triage.
Exactly. But the point is,
in the fire service, we started calling an ambulance a bus because they are merely there for the transportation.
To the hospital?
Now, bothered to drive themselves to a hospital.
I'm getting some texts here that are quite angry. You keep saying immigrants. Please say illegal immigrants. I'm an immigrant. I funded my own way. My family.
I said illegal immigrants.
We always talk about illegals.
Now, by the way, absolutely. Now, what about the word illegal? Do people not understand? They like to say undocumented. My heart goes
That's
out
like
to
saying unhoused.
No, what I mean is, my heart goes out to people who are looking for, but a lot of people say it's just a sham. They're looking for political asylum. But, if you are in a country where you have an oppressive government and you're truly looking for safety for you and your family, there's a process, and there's temporary asylum. And I helped some immigrants get legal asylum. Legal. I did. I took them to court. I actually helped them get legal asylum. I'm not bragging about it. I'm just saying they're here legally. They have papers. It's asylum. They had to prove their case. But I don't know if it can be used as just an excuse. I don't know.
But Tom, there's the first safe harbor law, which says that when you seek political asylum, the first country you go to that is safe and provides you asylum is where you're supposed to stay. And
that's Mexico or Canada.
And the Mexican government has not been enforcing that because according to international law, they should remain in Mexico.
It's not going to matter shortly because that's going to be our 52nd state after Canada.
Normally
Greenland's going to be our 52nd state.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Mexico will be the 53rd. And by the way, it's Gulf of America now.
Right.
When they go
anyway, somebody talked about, I don't know, I wasn't in on this call, although this text just came in. Were we talking about motor oil and somebody said $50.90 for a motor?
You got a break, bro.
Okay, on Amazon anyway. Yeah, we do have to take a break. I don't even recall talking about oil, but we'll come right back.
Yeah. There it is. Yeah. You want me to send it to you? Okay.
The Art of Granite will take care of you when it comes to pricing your project. You call them right now and get a price. It's that easy. Whether it's granite or any natural stone, they're direct importers and they can help you. Even man-made materials. They'll give you a complete price. Tear out haul away is always free. And, of course, they have wholesale on all countertop materials. 303-386-5919. 386-5919, theartofgranite.com. Let's talk about John Fuller. John Fuller is a complete service for you when it comes to auto accidents. First and foremost, he will talk to you up front. He will price your case, put a value on what he thinks it's worth or how to collect and what to do next. And he'll listen to you, and this is all free of charge. He never charges up front. In fact, if you hire him, it's on a contingency fee basis. You can trust John Fuller. We do. He even fills in for me when Mark's not available. Callfuller.com is the website. Callfuller.com. 303-597-4500. That's John Fuller. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, my friends, know how to do solar because they do it the right and honest way. They quote you an activation date, and if they don't get it, they will provide the power, the money to pay for the power it would have been producing. They also know about incentives and grants to get the parts paid for and good financing, and they do it all from sales, installation, and service. 303-704-2449, 704-2449, redrocksrs.com.
I don't think so. I'm going to go eat the crackers. All right, let's see if I can. Let's see if I can run this down the line for Mark.
They flew out to see a specialist. Oh, God. Okay, fine. But
what?
I was seeing if you would pick up on that.
Yeah, and then it was like 30 seconds later you did it again. And
holy shit, I did. I said they flew out to see a specialist. Son of a bitch. There goes my perfect diction.
Oh, I'm sure Suze likes your dick, John.
God, you're right. What I meant to say was sugar tits.
Enough time to get pizza?
You know, occasionally that New Jersey GED comes out that I got when I was 15.
Without you. Yeah. Good to have you come in on a Friday, then you can take the weekend off to kind of think about what you've done and then start up again. I'm not being a dick. It's a great way to do it. I don't want a 3-day weekend. I want a 1-day work week and then 2 days to think about it. Oh, I didn't know it was coming. I didn't know it was going that far.
I think that's the longest he has ever taken off, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
What he doesn't know is I'm going to kick his ass out someday next week as well.
What are you talking about, Mark?
I'm going to kick Tommy out someday next week.
So that he can go do something?
I got to stay fresh, man.
You want to keep doing this, do you, Mark?
What's that?
You want to keep doing this? You want Tom to take another day off?
Of course.
Maybe.
Of course he is.
Maybe.
More and more.
I am a specialist at it.
I did.
I have not heard anything back from
Hey, Thomas, are you there?
Yeah.
Does any of your family or Steph's family have homes that are close to this area?
I was just telling Katrina, Julie has a home there. Julie has a home in Studio City, right where all the fires are. You know, it's not right in Studio City, but she's off of Ventura Boulevard. But on the hills behind her, it's come down.
Is she evacuated?
No, she did for a little while. Went over to the barn where her horse is, because that area is even in worse shape.
Boy, that'd be scary, all those big animals.
Oh, my God.
They had to just let some loose.
It's so sad, Mark, to see them not knowing what to do. It really is.
And for all the people like her, even if their house doesn't burn down, the freaking property values are going to drop like crazy. We got hammered on our mountain property with the Hayman fire.
Oh, yeah.
It was worth like $300,000. This is years ago. And then after the fire, like everything burned in West Creek, everything burned down pretty much up in our area but us.
Here we go.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Not too much time left for the hour, but we're going to talk. And basically, what you need to do when it comes to your home insurance is get the insurance checkup. This is not a commercial here. This is common sense, and I'm going to tell you why. If you may think you have extended replacement cost coverage, but you may not. First, you need to make sure the dwelling limit is set properly, and then make sure you have the extended coverage. Total loss is something we never think we're going to have, so we don't deal with it properly. But if you do have extended cost coverage, it will cover beyond the actual value. It'll go to the increased cost, and that will help. And then once you get it all built, if the neighborhood is not completely devastated, you get it all built, you may be able to salvage some equity. But it'll especially help you on an individual basis if you do it for yourself, and there's not a devastation of the entire neighborhood. So please check that with Compass, 303-996-9000. More coming right up. Okay.
Tell him I've got a few more, but I got to get out of here by 12:20.
No, that was.
What's up, Talib? Hey, Talib, any of your folks getting close to the fire or anything burned down? Friends, family? I know you know a ton of people out there. I wonder why Doc's not eating pizza. Is there jalapenos on that there pizza?
No, who knows?
I mean, Doc not eating pizza? Does he know it? Is he awake?
Yeah, he's got headphones on, but I don't think he's listening to you. And
is he in offline?
No.
Put him in offline. Doc, this is your father. Doc.
I know that.
Doc.
Well, now God damn it.
Thanks for the pizza.
Great line from the Mummy. You've awoken the thing we have feared for 3,000 years.
I saw him. I woke him up. Oh, and what's he do? He takes his headphones off.
Well, now he's in here eating pizza.
Oh, my God, Doc, you didn't know the pizza was there.
He does now. We just woke him up.
The small one is the one for Doc.
Extra jalapenos for Doc.
He loves that.
No. Pepperoni, ham, and sausage.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, man.
Doc really got a taste for spicy food
And
from
extra
all
cheese.
those women
For
macing him
Tom.
on Tinder.
So he can
Nice.
have all the cheese and all the toppings.
Ah, Case, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
I had no idea about that. I wonder if it'll change. It's got to move the line a little. That's kind of crazy.
What happened?
They moved the playoff game, the L.A. Rams.
Yeah, the Monday night game.
Yeah, what do you, I mean, that would generally move a line 3 points, wouldn't you think, when you're pulling it away from the home team?
Yeah, but it's still close.
Well, I was going to ask that. What kind of distance is that? Is that like an hour car ride or what? Governmental immunity, Tim. Okay, so since Kevin's headphones are not on, you know, he thinks he knows how to smoke food and stuff, but...
Hey, Mark, think about what do you do about people who had specific seats in one stadium? How do you manage that in a different stadium?
I have no idea, Doc. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Generally, for the home team, they assign about 3 points. Or at least they used to. I mean, these computers have gotten so damn good, it's hard to beat them.
Yeah, but this is the number that's like, hey, that's fantastic. Only 10 dead.
Although I'm up $4,000 for the year.
Yeah, it's $50 billion worth of damage, but 10 people. I'll take 10 people.
Hey, Doc.
Yeah.
When we were in Vegas, some dude walked to the Circa, which is the newest casino downtown. It's huge. For downtown, it's magnificent.
Yeah.
And they made I want to say it was a $3 million bet, and it was a money line bet. So it was like $3 million to win $500,000.
Wow.
All they had to do was win, but it was a 14-point spread or 13.5, and the very last play, that team caught the ball in the end zone, and they would have won the game, but the guy dropped it.
Oh.
So the guy with the $3 million ended up winning. But I think I kept telling Suzanne I would love to be in the room with that guy. He's got to be talk about a fucking roller coaster.
You think it was fixed?
No, I don't think it was fixed at all.
So you don't think that guy dropped it on purpose?
No, I don't think that guy. No, I don't think it was fixed at all. I think the guy got so lucky. He should have lost $3 million.
Well, if anybody can afford to bet $3 million on a game, they can probably afford to lose it.
It was the day we were there. Here it is right here. I watched the game. Eagles versus Panthers. The bet would have to pay out $3.54 million. He bet $3.1 million, and he would have won $442,000.
Wow.
So he's betting 3.1 to win 4.5. I mean, that's a ballsy dude, man.
Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, the regular call-in number for the studio, and 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. You can call 24/7, and when you leave a message, we will get back to you. By the way, this hour brought to you by One Clear Choice Garage Doors. These guys are just wonderful. You need a quick call for a quick item. You call them. The prices are fully disclosed. Everything up front. Everything on the website. If you need a general overall inspection, you're moving into a home, they do those. If you need an emergency service, 24/7 available. And they're honest, good people that tell you everything up front, including pricing. 720-370-3987. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. I've never been associated for longer with a better company ever, and that's OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Now, let's continue the festivities, so give us some calls. We've had some pretty good calls today, but we're going to move on to some text because I've been overwhelmed with text. But I'm going to try to get to them now that we have some time. Kevin, first and foremost, somebody wants to know what they should do. Now, Mark had to leave, right? All right, good.
I got about 10 minutes.
Okay. Because I know you used to do tires, Mark. People want to know what should they do. They don't know if and when to put snow tires on. So here are the general. I'm going to sum up these 3 or 4 I got. Mm-hmm. And some of them were while I was on vacation. Should you do it at the side of snow and then take them off really when it doesn't snow? Or should you just get all weathers? Or should you just put the snows on and know that you're going to not use them most of the time and they're going to wear quicker? Or what should you do?
I think it depends entirely on how you drive. Do you go up to the mountains every weekend? I mean, then you want snow.
But I mean, okay.
Yeah,
obviously, if you're a skier, you want them on all the time.
Yep. Around town,
do people around town ever put them on and then weeks in between take them off or not?
No, I do, big time, every year.
You did?
No, in between weeks at a time, though, Mark.
Every single year.
Mark, tell me what you mean by that. I think you misunderstood me. Go ahead.
Well, I take on, let's put it this way. I put my snow tires on generally in December, and then I'll keep them on till basically the beginning of March. Mm-hmm. And then Discount Tires got a free tire changeover if you bought them there, or a very inexpensive one on only certain days. So I'll take advantage of that of getting my summer tires back on. But I always run snow tires on at least one vehicle.
No, what we were asking is, do you ever during long periods of time take them off because you want to preserve them?
It's not cost effective.
Not cost effective.
No.
Right?
No, unless you own a shop.
How much faster do all-weather tires wear than regular tires?
They have half the life.
What?
Yes.
I'd say even less.
Now, so would snow tires and all-weather have the same amount of life?
No.
No, all-weather is your standard 50, 60,000 mile tire. And the snow tire is probably 20,000.
Yeah, 20 tops.
And then regular tires, 50, 60.
Yeah. Because it's only the first 50% of a snow tire.
Well, then all-weather does not have lesser life than a regular tire.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
So I don't even know what you mean by what do you think he means, Kevin, by a regular tire?
Well, there is no regular tires anymore. They're all season.
They really are?
Yeah, most of them.
So when I buy a car, they're really all season?
Most of them have mud and snow rating.
So there's nothing really. Okay.
Maybe on a Lamborghini.
Oh, come on, though. I'll bet you his Model S doesn't have all weather.
There are some speed rated tires that are not all season.
No, my Model S is definitely all season.
By the way, Mark, I was told for my son's car, and we had to replace them, that there are special EV tires.
They're heavier.
Now, why? Because they say you're braking so much.
The torque. The torque is constantly.
Have you had to replace your tires, Mark?
I just did this year. I got really lucky, man. I got 34,000 miles out of them, but I went OEM. I would not allow them to sell me anything else. They had to special order them. Same exact tires, because 34,000 miles on that vehicle is absolutely insane. It never happens, but the tires were almost $2,000.
Okay.
That BMW SUV you got, those aren't cheap, bro.
No, unfortunately, they're not.
I bet you're at least $500 a tire.
Oh, absolutely.
And then God help you if you ever scuff up a rim and have to buy a rim.
Shut up. God almighty. I'm going to get every weakness he has, and I'm going to exploit it next week. Everyone. Hey, Deputy Doc, wait. Somebody wants to know about blood testing, because they know I got my blood test a lot. And So I go to LabCorp for the draw or to the office that uses the LabCorp tech. But LabCorp, are they the actual lab? Do they actually, or does the doctor use a different, could one doctor have LabCorp send them off somewhere else?
No. As far as I know, no. LabCorp is the one that processes.
So LabCorp is one and done. You get the draw, they do the test, they send the results.
Correct.
Okay. Now, do they?
And it's usually, there's just, 2 or 3 of them that are covered by your insurance. So if you go to some place that's independent, let's say you went to your
concierge
doctor.
Like you're doing it for testosterone or hormone replacement or stuff, you have to pay it yourself.
Right.
And I do know that LabCorp has pricing for paying yourself, which is lower than they charge insurance.
Of course, it's always that way.
So in any case, the bottom line is LabCorp. But can someone walk into LabCorp and get blood drawn? Or do you need a doctor's note?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I know that any lab, what do they call it? Any lab test now or something, you can go and do whatever you want, but I don't know about LabCorp. But that's, to answer you, the one who was texting me, LabCorp is the one that does it. And it is, LabCorp. And I think you need a doctor.
On that same theme, kind of. Suzanne and I are going in to get one of those scans. You've had it done, I don't know, a couple of years ago where they scan for plaque.
Yeah.
And I want to know your true experience. And I don't mean on the scan itself. I'm starting to think these people just try to sell you stuff. So you go in, you get the 150, whatever it is, scan, then they come back to you and they're like, oh, by the way, we've got these vitamins. I mean, how does that work?
Okay. The pure places just do the scan. Okay. But when Grossman Clinic did it and others that are really reputable, good people, yeah, they want you as a client for sure. They offer programs. Some believe in chelation therapy, which is really high. You can do chelation. Some people don't believe in that. Or they may offer statin, or they may offer, what the hell is it? Repatha? What's the really strong one? You take it a shot every 30 days. I think it's called Repatha. But in some clinics like Boone Heart, I think it's Boone. Yeah, he might offer that. And then what they do is they offer something to get you on track. And then what they do is then get a maintenance program going. So the Boone Heart Institute, they absolutely want to make you a client.
So it's it really is a grab, but do you think it's honest? In other words, these treatments they push?
They don't give you false reports to get you in there. Absolutely not.
So if I took the scan, for example, that I get, I'm not even sure why. I don't even know what they're going to
match the grading and scale of someone else if they do it well. Now,
is it readings? Are they going to give me something I can give to my physician?
Yes.
My medical doctor and say, what do you make of this?
Yes. Now, a lot of medical doctors don't know about this and don't care about it. Now, here's what they say. Whatever's in your carotid artery mimics what's in your body. That's sometimes true and sometimes not. But what it can do more so than what's in your body, if you have increased plaque in the carotid specifically, it does affect your brain, which affects everything. So that's why it's even more important than having plaque in your leg or your heart or somewhere else. Although that's all important.
There's also a correlation. I mean, if you have significant plaque in your carotid, not only is it going to affect your brain, but it's a good indication that you might want to talk about therapy to get rid of plaque, not only in your carotid.
And diet and other things. Yeah, for sure. Now, some plaque is unstable, and they can see that. Some plaque is stable. Some plaque is hard or soft. And
when we talk about this form of plaque, we're talking about this scan that we're going to get. I was also told that has nothing to do, and maybe one of the two of you know, you were doc, but you think of Alzheimer's, they say that's due to a buildup of plaque in the brain. They told us at this place we're going to, that's a totally different kind of plaque. What the hell's that mean?
That's right. This is the carotid plaque. Look at it like hooking up the plumbing, okay? Here's the fear with too much plaque in your carotid. The fear is lack of blood to the brain, okay? The fear is stroke. The fear is cognitive abilities might be altered.
The stroke part, explain this to me. So if a big piece breaks off?
No, nothing has to break off. You just have to have enough of a squeeze on the carotid and enough pressure on the outside of you, meaning stress or exercise or whatever.
So the blood flow stops.
It doesn't, it stops or slows down, and then it causes a problem, But here's the deal. Almost all carotid conditions can be treated. And they can be treated aggressively with surgery if they're dangerous. They can be, in a stent even, it can be treated with medication. And it's controversial, though, because what you want to do is get to the root of it, not necessarily the plaque itself. And obviously, if the plaque itself is dangerously squeezing your carotid, you need to do something about that mechanically.
When you say the root of it, you mean what's creating the plaque?
That's right. And the particle size.
And what would create plaque?
Well, what creates plaque is deposits of cholesterol. But I want to and inflammate. Well, first inflammation. Okay, the answer to everything, every disease is inflammation. So what that means is your diet or exercise program or lifestyle causes inflammation. When inflammation is caused in the artery or the vein, what happens is cholesterol rushes to the site as a healing agent. It's a healing agent to soothe it over and to make it not inflamed. So to as I've said this before, to stop the cholesterol is like shooting firemen on the way to the fire. You're still going to have a fire, and shooting the fireman might give you the illusion there is no emergency, but there is. So it's really ass backwards to just do a statin to lower cholesterol and think you're better. Now, people will say, well, there's not enough cholesterol to coat your veins, it won't deposit there. Well, yeah, but the reason it wants to deposit there is because of inflammation. So what you have to address is the inflammation, and then cholesterol is not a factor. Cholesterol just sits there. It doesn't do anything until it's needed. And people make the mistake of thinking it's the enemy. If you lower your cholesterol, the chances of mortality go up, not down. Higher mortality is associated with lower cholesterol in the 7 continents study and in every major study known to man. So what you want is you want to have cholesterol. What you don't want is inflammation, which says to the cholesterol, come on over here and park. I need you. And then why do statins work? Because they do sometimes. But here's why statins work. Statins have an anti-inflammatory property, and they also can reduce plaque that is, they can reduce old plaque. But it's not by lowering your cholesterol that it helps. It helps mostly by going after the old plaque, and it also helps by reducing inflammation. The problem is it's better to reduce inflammation the right way, through diet and exercise, and even possibly anti-inflammatories that are healthy. So, or an anti-inflammatory diet or supplements. So the whole thing comes down to inflammation, not cholesterol. But if you have a buildup of plaque in the carotid, it can be a problem, and you should treat it. Again, that's going to be up to your healthcare provider. But as far as plaque being mimicked in the rest of your body, I had my entire body scan like that after my carotid, and it was not in every part of my body like the carotid said. Okay?
So you didn't have to get a stent or anything like crazy.
Oh no. I just had to. I do minor statin but here's the deal. You really need to shop, because some doctors are on an automatic statin. They sell them, period, no matter what. And they don't know anything about exercise. They don't know anything about diet. Like I told you, this one famous quote from a doctor, when he's, I'm going to put you on a statin, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. And I said, hey, I like to control that with diet and exercise. And they said to me, oh, you're into alternative medicine. Now, think about how funny that is. This doctor's office had the opinion that diet and exercise is alternative to medications and treatment. It's the other way.
What is the alternative to taking a handful
but
of
it's
pills?
not. It's not alternate med. Oh, you're into all alternative medicine.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I guess I am. If you're the regular one, I sure am. But anyway, we got more coming up. I'm Tom Martino.
You said bye-bye to
me. Toponymy is the science of naming places.
I call them to ask them that. I'm
What's
not
up, Mark?
clear on
The United States has a bureau that does that. The UK has a bureau, but I can't.
What does that mean? Looking up places.
Well, like the Gulf of America, how do you change the name? So apparently, the UK has a board that approves.
Okay,
I got it.
Approves names.
Mark wants to say something to you.
I got to do my spot. Tell him that's why.
He's got to do his spot, Mark.
Tell him I'm trying
Gravina's
to
has
bump
the
my
greatest
appointment.
windows. That used to be their mantra. Well, it still is.
I'll tell him.
And they used to say, nobody beats Gravina's. You know what? When it comes to price and selection and knowledge and longevity, they're right. Gravina's does have the greatest windows, 51 lines of windows. You know what I like about it? They all have knowledge as well. So not only can they pick the right window, they have all kinds for all kinds of missions. And I deal with the Gravina's I've dealt with for 40 years. The ones on 950 West Evans. And the guys that started out originally from the family. I'm not throwing stones at anybody. I'm just saying these are the ones I deal with. GravinaWindows.com. GravinaWindows.com.
Yeah,
Call them. 303-472-8462. Start there just for the general knowledge that they have. 303-472-8462. Now, talking about investments. You know, I love talking about them. Vestera Turnkey offers to put your money into real estate. And they'll help you buy the right property in an emerging market where there's a lot of promise for growth in equity and then also high rents. And they have management companies, and they do it all. And it takes out all the conventional hassle of regular real estate. It truly is really the only way to be a landlord, in my opinion. And he's showing 30 to 80% returns. It's not a pooled investment. Each and every one is individual. You do yourself through them. So if you want to learn more, go to mybiggestrureturn.com. Mybiggestrureturn.com.
So anyway, I was trying to find where international, with I couldn't find that yet. But U.S. and the U.K. do have bureaus that approve names.
Mark said he's trying to bump his appointment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mark, what? I'm here now. What's going on? Wait, you can't hear me? I got to go offline. What do I have to do?
Yeah, offline.
Offline? Mark?
I don't hear him.
Mark?
I don't hear him either.
Okay. Mark!
I just
heard
heard
tell you he's trying to bump his appointment.
Does the America have one?
Might have left.
Yeah, there's a bureau of names. So when they changed the name of Mount McKinley back to Denali, it had to be approved by this board.
But this is natural stuff, not like Cape Kennedy and all that, right?
No, it is, yeah.
It's for everything.
Right. But I couldn't find an international board that would, let's say Mexico says it's the Gulf of Mexico, and we say it's the Gulf of America. I don't know who wins.
Why do we need approval? Let's just start calling it that.
Well, you can.
You see the one meme they call it the Gulf of Bucky's?
No.
But you only eat the toppings, so you're not.
Well, that's where the oil
Yeah, that's where
is.
the oil is, the cheese and the pepperoni.
That's true.
Do your kids help you in the business there, Kevin?
No. Never an interest.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Always.
my younger son's in.
It's an
He lives up by Albany in New York.
Oh, back in New York, huh?
Yep. Yeah, he and his wife moved back there a couple of years ago. They just couldn't. The price of shit. They're outside of the capital.
You have any idea how much
Yeah, I
my
mean, the
sister
price
and
of
my
shit
parents
is
pay for? Because you're obligated to carry earthquake insurance.
He's a musician.
You're not
and she
obligated to
works
carry
with,
fire insurance,
solar,
but you are obligated to carry
establishing
earthquake
solar
insurance.
sites and grants. So she does.
Right,
she does
right.
Well.
But you are obligated, the California legislature obligates that you have to have earthquake insurance. It's about $25,000 a year.
What do they get?
because they basically have. That's why a lot of insurance companies leave. Yeah, and you have to have earthquake insurance.
He's in management with. It used to be a bunch of big conglomerate convenience stores. They keep buying and selling each other. So he changes companies.
Yeah. Well, still unbelievable. It's unbelievably expensive.
Well, the way they do it now is you lease the building. They build it. Because I looked at one on Wadsworth and it's a new one.
And I don't have a loan. Why can you make me insure it?
Well,
Just south of Jewel on the east side.
Don't have
What's
fire
that burger
insurance.
custom place?
Yeah, I think.
No. South.
Low.
Yo.
Okay,
Well,
cool.
also,
Tell them I bumped it till
could,
4:15, so we're good.
Mitigate and
Mark's here
appease
for the whole show.
the insurance companies to not leave if everybody insured for earthquake insurance, that was money for the insurance companies and they wouldn't leave. Doesn't matter because they're already failing because of all the fire claims that they're going to have and have had in the last few years.
There's a convenience store there that I believe is 7-Eleven.
What the hell does that mean? I'm a grandfather for the 4th time today.
Somebody call.
But anyway.
You telling me you had quadruplets?
Basically.
Or a 4th grandkid just now showed up.
TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino. Your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right.
That was funny.
What was funny?
I started because I thought you were gone because YouTube's got like a 20-second delay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'm like, he's not in the studio.
Oh, I got it. Hey, it wouldn't be a bad thing. So we have 2 simultaneous shows going on, and then you tune into each one. Wouldn't that be weird? Anyway, there is a 50-50, a 50-90 for a motor oil on Amazon. I have no idea why I'm being texted this, but anyway. Tom, you sound like a bleeding heart liberal fool. Californians are getting exactly what they voted for. Listen, I didn't say, look, I don't want to get into they deserve anything, or all I said was I have sympathy for people.
Hey, read the text verbatim, would you?
You sound like a liberal fool?
Oh, that's all he said? Really?
You sound like a liberal fool. Californians are getting exactly what they voted for.
Wow, you're definitely not a liberal fool. If anything, you're the opposite.
You alive? I thought Mark was covering up your demise. I read that before. How about, let's see what else. Okay, that's it on that one. Then I would go to my Google Voice.
How did you get out of that basement?
Yeah, you thought you had all the exits blocked, but I found one. I found one because of Nico. He showed me the ins and outs. Anyway, so 303-713-8255. Okay, regarding cars and snow tires, someone said that they have found in Colorado all weather is the only way to go. That it's a fool's errand to try to keep up with when to put on snows and when not to. And so,
not me, man. My deductible on my vehicles, if I cause an accident, is $1,000. I can put snow tires on my Santa Fe for a few bucks more than that, and the stopping power is 10 times that of an all-season.
Mm-hmm. And they are safer on ice. The all-season you get away with in the snow. The ice you cannot without a good snow tire.
So there is a difference.
Absolutely.
Now, what about, people want to know about these 18-inch wheels that people are getting and all that, or the 20, whatever they are, the oversized. Does that make it, the lower profile, make it better or worse?
It depends on the tread, not the profile.
So the profile doesn't matter?
No.
Okay. Does the profile matter for comfort?
Oh, yeah. No, you get too low a profile. It's like a wagon wheel.
Why do they do it? For looks?
Looks, period.
That's stupid.
And some performance. It can take turns. It can take turns tighter because you don't have the roll of the sidewall. It's stiff.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
More stable. Okay.
Yep.
So, personally, if you want the best of all worlds, all weather. I know Mark's saying snows are more aggressive, and they are. Let's say all weather, a medium. Do you get to choose the sidewall, or is that chosen by the manufacturer and you have to stick with it?
That's chosen by the profile. I mean, there's nothing you can do. Certain tires, truck tires, you can get thicker sidewalls, but passenger vehicles,
I don't mean it's not thick. I mean, I'm talking about the
that's the profile of the tire. That's the size of the tire.
Yes, I mean so how tall it is off the rim.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't get to choose that.
Limited, yeah, because there's only certain fit. It only fits certain vehicles, yeah.
Yeah, on the wheel well.
You look at your door jam, it'll give you the size tire that they recommend.
Like, do they give you a range?
Sometimes, but not a huge one.
A lot of people won't put anything on that's not in the range he's talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
You may not have clearance for it. You get too tall a tire, it may not be able to turn.
So, hey, Tom, a lot of people don't know this. I'll use an old school size, 235, 75, 15. That means going across the top of the tire, the tread zone, is 235, what is it, millimeters, Kevin?
Millimeters, yeah.
And then the sidewall is 75% of 235.
Okay. And then that's the only real measurement you have.
And then the wheel, the size of the wheel you're putting.
Oh, the hole. Right.
The hole, yeah.
Okay. So most wheel sizes, it doesn't matter. I mean, in other words, the wheel size doesn't have anything to do with traction.
No.
Okay. And it's all looks and cosmetics at that point.
Yep. And there's some performance, mileage, power, torque, everything comes into play with it.
But as far as the all wheel transmissions, all wheel
drive, yeah.
That you have to have. You can't go with different size wheels. I mean, you have to have pretty much everything the same.
Very similar size, yes. Even if you don't rotate them, you can put it to it's where a half, 3/4 of an inch difference front and rear, and you can start burning up clutches and transmissions.
How often do you rotate?
On those, you should rotate at least twice a year, every 4,000 or 5,000 miles.
All right. Someone here wants to talk about insurance.
Hey, real quick, Kevin, I mean, are people still doing like coolant flushes? I mean, should people come in right now and get that done, or at least get it tested? Or is this new coolant they use in newer cars, like from 2020 on, do you never have to test it?
Don't believe that.
No, they say that, but even if you do it every other year, you should only really have to do a drain and fill. If you're keeping up on it every couple of years, you don't have to go the whole flush and all the chemicals and all the nonsense. Just keep a good fluid in there. It's good, like oils have high detergents. Antifreeze has an additive package. They all wear out over time. They have to be changed.
What's a drain and fill cost like these days? $200-300?
Nah, probably closer to $200. Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. I have a 2016 VW Jetta. I had a misfire code on cylinder 3 and 4. Now I replace spark plugs and getting cylinder 4 misfire. What should I do? I mean, I don't know.
Well, the easiest thing to do, especially with individual coils that they have on, they switch a coil and see if the mist moves.
So let me get this straight then. Now on newer cars, you have a separate coil on each?
Yes, each plug.
Really? Where's that located?
On top of the motor. A lot of the 4-cylinders like the Volvo are very easy to get to.
So you have a coil and a plug?
Yes. And so there's no plug wire, no distributor cap, none of that. It's all gone. Okay. So it's all computer-controlled spark. But the simplest way to check a misfire, move the coil from number 4 to number 3 and number 3 to number 4.
Does it pop out and pop in? And then if it follows
one bolt, if it
follows the coil, it's the coil.
It's the coil, yeah.
What if it doesn't follow the coil?
Well, then you got to know what you're doing. Now you got to figure it out. You could have fuel injection issues. You could have an injector half plugged, an injector not working.
And there's no way to mix and match.
Well, that's a lot harder, but it is still possible.
Diagnostically.
Yes. But not as easy as a coil.
And really nowadays, Kevin, I mean, the days of taking things apart and trying to, blow through that injector and unclog it.
No,
I mean, people remove and replace.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. The price of parts anymore for the labor involved, you just go with new parts.
And removing a carburetor?
No carburetors anymore.
Never?
Never. Haven't seen one really. And I see one a year maybe.
Okay.
Yep.
I remember a guy in a chicken suit that had a carburetor.
I thought you'd remember that.
What do you mean?
We had a little disagreement with a guy.
Tom? I have never in my life took the worst complaint on a referral list member. Here's what the guy said. He said, over the phone, Kevin didn't want to give me a price on tuning up my carburetor. And then finally he said, we'll do it for whatever, 300, 500. I don't remember the number. So the guy gets it over there. And sure enough, I mean, the carburetor is in shambles. It needs parts. It needs everything. So it went from a tune-up to a rebuild. So Kevin calls him up.
Now we're talking about rebuilding the carburetor, right?
300. Right. Yeah, I gave him a phone quote, and then I couldn't honor the quote. So I told him, I said, this is what I need. And he said,
in other words, he didn't come in and have it all laid out first.
No, he wanted a quote over the phone.
And you said, well, now I can't do it for that. So it's not like you had a contract with him.
So, and
and you said and Kevin said, hey, just come pick it up. I won't charge you anything.
Yeah, put it all back together, no charge.
Yeah, and what did he say?
He complained.
The guy dresses up in a chicken suit.
No, like cow suit.
Or a cow suit, like from the chicken place.
Yeah.
And
eat more
he's
chicken.
out front holding a sign about him.
He was picketing in front of my
store.
store.
And what was his saying?
Tom Martino's referral list, Kevin Culkin doesn't keep his word or something.
Because you did a revised estimate and didn't charge him a dime.
Right.
Would you
Not
rather?
a dime.
I mean, so he wants your very first look to be the only price you quote.
Yes, or else I'm lying.
It was the most absurd.
It would be different if you
thing
talked
I've
him
ever
into
heard.
a quote to get the job in there,
Or charge him $300 to get there.
And then you know he can't back out. But it's like you gave him the choice, and it didn't cost him a dime.
Nope.
Well, Mark, when you
so
tried
Kevin
to explain
walked out that day, he was there and took a picture of the guy and sent it to me.
I don't have it. I was looking for it. I can't find it.
But when you had tried to explain that to him, what did he say?
He was completely unreasonable. And then he wanted to say, all right, you know what, just go ahead and do it. But at that point, I didn't want to work with him. I told him
That was probably the smartest thing you decided.
I think we should go our separate ways.
Wow.
Tom, if he can find that picture, the whole funny part, the whole thing's ridiculous, but the funny part is he puts on this cow suit. It's the craziest thing you've ever seen.
I don't know what the cow suit had to do with any of it. But yeah, he stood outside for about an hour out on Colfax waving at cars.
I would have sprayed him down with a hose if that was one of my shops.
Yeah, I didn't have one that would reach. I was looking.
So was it on your property or on public property?
It was on the sidewalk, so I really couldn't do much.
You know, Tom, I want to ask you this. What's the most ridiculous call that you've gotten? I don't mean anything.
You mean one of a complaint on our people?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Somebody on the referral list, the most ridiculous you can recall.
Tom Martino referral list member.
I found the picture.
Sheridan Autotech owner Kevin does
Show
not
him
keep
that
his
picture.
word. I have
He's
it.
reading it, yeah.
Wow. They look like just two mokes, basically. Who's the friend?
I don't know. The one in the cow suit, he never took it off.
No, the other guy.
The guy that's holding the sign is the customer. The guy in the cow suit is his buddy.
Oh, okay.
He worked at Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A or something. Yeah.
Okay, so listen. So I had one where Excel Roofing did some gutters. Beautiful job.
Oh, this one's great.
Quoted exactly what he was going to charge and charged the whole thing. The job's done. The guy calls me pissed off. And he said, they took away all the old gutters. Now, the reason he got gutters is they were crooked, dented, there were holes in them, and they were disgusting.
Well, who the hell wants old gutters?
Well, so listen. So Excel did such a beautiful job putting new gutters on. Then they were upset that he cleaned up everything. And he said that he didn't even ask me. I said, well.
Did they take the old shingles away?
I said, listen, on the quote, it says cleanup is part of the job. Okay. But he said, they didn't ask me about the old gutters. And I said, for whatever would you want the old gutters? For what? And he said, well, they have value, blah, blah, blah. And Jay said, Tom, I'll give him whatever salvage value he wants on that. They weren't copper. They were good old.
No, they had sentimental value.
No, yeah, but stop. You went to the punchline too fast, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He said that he wanted. So Jay said, I'll give him salvage value. You know, aluminum, whatever. And then that's when he said, but he doesn't understand they have sentimental value. Sentimental value. So he wanted to be reimbursed or get the old gutters back for the sentimental value. I don't know if he was going to display them, put them in his basement, maybe lock them up with the dead people he has buried in the property. I don't know. But
get buried with them.
It's crazy.
You want to hear the weirdest?
KHOW Denver, 6 to...
Yeah, when we come back.
Martino Show.
That's great. I would have gone and put his old ones back up.
Yeah, it looks like the actual Chick-fil-A cow. When was that, Kevin?
Oh, probably three years ago. Yeah, thank you.
Kevin, that was pre, he can't hear me now.
No, I can hear you.
Oh, that was pre-COVID.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? I'm looking for the picture again because
he called me up, and he's telling me the story. I'm like, he didn't charge you anything, right? Did he put it back together? Yes. Well, what the hell do you want?
Yeah, he wants it all.
Okay, well, we can definitely talk to Tom about it. What's your name?
That was July 31st, 2020.
July. That's
Red Rocks Roof and Solar, the people you need to do the job right. Let me explain how they're different. First and foremost, most solar companies are not solar companies. They sell you at the door. They sell the contract to someone else. You have no idea who you're dealing with. We've had time after time after time of this. Red Rocks sells the contract to you, fulfills the order by installation, and then services it. They also help you with any kind of financing. They help you with the tax credits. They help you with the entire process. They're there for you. They help you even with grants if you have a commercial system that can get the thing paid for, and really every part of it. RedRocksRS.com. Make this the year you take advantage of that. 303-704-2449.
Hey, Thomas.
Calls. We had such great calls today.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah?
I don't know if you heard this, but apparently Don Eiley died in prison.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, we don't know. I don't know anything but he's dead. I don't know suicide. You know, he got, what's that called? A shank?
Shanked.
A shank? Well, somebody killed him.
Yeah, could be.
But we don't know.
I wonder, we mess with people, man, and their lives.
Oh, man, he hurt so many people. I had some moron threaten me.
I wonder how long he was sentenced for.
12 and a half. I think it was 15 or 14, but
Mark,
you automatically get good time.
That couldn't be that. I mean, he was almost ready to get out, I think.
No. He had at least another 5+.
You think?
Yeah. I had a guy threaten me, I think it was Wednesday.
How?
He wrote an email that was, he wasn't happy.
What was it about?
The fucking moron bought a car. It was exempt from emissions.
Yeah.
So it was like a 2020, 2022, I forget. But it had a shitload of miles, so it was out of warranty. It had a ton of miles. So the dealership sells it to him. 2 months later, his check engine light comes on, and it needs cats. So he thinks the dealer sold him a vehicle that wouldn't have passed emissions. So therefore, they need to take it back. And I told him he's fucking stupid. I mean, I didn't use those words, but that's basically.
And how long had it been?
Say that again?
How long had it been in total?
2 months. So he writes me this email. But here's the funny part. I got him $500, which the dealership came through and gave him the $500. And I told him where he could go get cats for $1,000 after that $500 was applied. So, I mean, it was like ridiculous. I sent it off, though. It was good enough to where I sent it off to the cops.
No, you got to be careful with that stuff.
Hey, did you know that famous Hollywood sign burned?
Did it really?
No.
Yeah, burned to the ground. That's what I heard.
Bummer.
Unless that
Didn't
was
it burn a long time ago, too?
That's had fires around it many times.
See if that's true, Kev.
Yeah.
I'll look it up.
I think, I'm not sure.
Hey, Kangarat, I'm still waiting for the service manager to call me back. If I don't hear from him today, I'm going to reach out to his boss's boss. I really do like dealing Doug, so I don't want to I really think this needs
somebody. Oh no,
it was AI.
It's not on fire.
It was AI.
Kangaroo. Yeah, I was just looking
Not
at
on
that.
fire.
Yeah.
Bo didn't like the pizza. Why did someone say that?
Huh?
They said Bo didn't like the pizza. Are they looking
Bo got pizza?
Plate's looks pretty empty.
I don't know why they said that.
I don't know.
Because he only got one piece.
No, he
Hey, guess who's playing pickleball with us Monday?
Who?
I had 3.
Bo.
Who?
Oh.
Bo.
Oh, cool.
We're
It's Jeff Vick method. I just
Bo, Suzanne, and I are going to go take pickleball lessons at the Slimy Pickle.
Oh, that's a Tom Martino. You'll see the
Slimy
machines.
pickle, is that really?
Tommy do it that too.
John doesn't eat the crust.
Oh, I thought that was.
Hey, Doc, the best pizza's got jalapenos all over.
Yeah, it does. Extra.
Anchovies.
You know what? Next time I'm in, I'm going to order a pizza with fucking extra jalapenos.
You haven't been here on Friday in months.
That's not true. I was there a week before.
Oh, I must have
You
missed
and Jeff were both there.
Okay.
Look at you. Go learn how to fucking smoke food.
Wow, man. You know what I made the other day? Actually, my girlfriend did. She made beef stew with brisket, cooked brisket.
10 seconds, guys.
Delicious.
It was awesome.
Why did someone hold this for comment? I don't give a shit about this.
630 K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, B, what's going on with you, B?
Yes, I have a question. I was wanting to answer, if I have a trust, can I drop my liability limits on my assets, like my home and my vehicles, since I no longer own those assets? The trust does.
Okay, now I'm not sure what you mean draw from them. So, do you have an irrevocable or a revocable trust?
I don't have one yet. That's what I'm going to be getting one, but I want to know which one I should think about.
What is the
getting, I
purpose
guess.
first? Let me ask you the purpose of the trust. There's a reason I'm asking.
Properties, money, liquidation,
Okay.
assets.
Yeah. Are you trying to protect from lawsuits or no probate?
Yes. Both.
All right, I'm getting behind on break speed, but here's what I'm going to tell you. And I'm sorry for people who have to sit through that, but here's what I'm going to tell you. If you do a trust, you may want to do it, but you may not need it. But if you do it, you would want a revocable trust. You don't want an irrevocable trust. And when assets are put into a revocable trust, or a regular revocable trust, you treat them as if they're your own, no matter what. Anything you want to do. If you want to refinance your house, you can. If you want to do anything, and you would simply be signing as the trustee and for the house and trust. And you would, everything you want to do is exactly the same. You can sell the car and get a new one, put it back in the trust. The trust is only mostly to survive your death. It really has little to do with when you're living. And that's really the simplicity of it. And it has to be written properly, but most of them are. I would use Keel and Park. They're great people. Or you can use our good friends, Dan McKenzie. They're good people.
Hey, B, do they have any attorneys in Mayberry?
No, that's why I was calling too, because I want to get this done.
Okay, let me ask you, where do you live, B?
Get this done in January. Monument, Colorado.
Where is that? Monument? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just give you both numbers. Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law, is easy to remember. 833-CO Plans. He is local, by the way. It just has a good number. 833-CO Plans.
Okay, and Kevin?
No, that's Dan McKenzie.
Park? No, but the other one, Kellen Park?
Keel and Park. Yep, they're Keel and Park with E's on the ends of each name. Keel and Park. They're at 970-818-8198. Now, these will not require in-person visits. I mean, you can do it, but you can usually do it by phone, emails and stuff. But call each one and get a feel for what you want to do.
Okay, thank you so much, Tom. You have a great weekend.
Okay, B. 303-713-8255.
Oh, someone's on.
You didn't get the Mayberry comment?
Of course I did. I've been watching Mayberry.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino.
You know, I've been binging Mayberry. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry.
Are you watching Landman, aren't you?
Huh?
Are you watching Landman?
Yes. I love him.
Billy Bob is so good.
I love him as an actor, man. I wonder if he's fucked up.
Retired.
It seems like
Damn
he
it.
might be. You know, always talented people are just fucked up.
They're out there. Yeah.
I'll tell you, Facebook, though. John Fuller, someone you can trust. We even have him fill in on the show here. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney specializing in accidents, auto accidents. And he really will talk to you up front all the time, directly before you hire him, no obligation, about your case, what it's worth, how to collect it, what he sees as the strong points, the weak points, what he would do. And he'll tell you everything. And it's all free of charge, complimentary. And if you hire him, you never put money out of your pocket. It's on a percentage fee basis. Listen, John Fuller will give you personalized attention. Give him a call, 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. He exemplifies personal attention. He defines just the best in all of real estate, whether you're looking to buy a property or sell a property, or you just want to know what it will sell for. Frank will do a free property analysis for you. All of this with no obligation ever. Call Frank. You will never talk to a nicer person. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
We've actually got 30 seconds.
What?
I know. I am shocked.
Guys, if I can meet with you for 5 minutes after the show in the...
If you what?
Can I meet with you for 5 minutes in the conference room?
Sure.
Stick around, Kev.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You know, computer hacking scares me so much.
Oh, yeah.
Because what they can wipe you out.
Easily.
Yeah, get your account.
I want to go for this hardware key.
That's
Even if you have a
celery.
password,
That
you
just
gotta have a
sounds
key.
so appetizing. There's a good crunch, too. That's great.
Without it, you're done. If you don't insert that in your computer...
I'm enjoying it.
Perfect timing there.
Now, there's a benefit and there's a disadvantage.
Oh, sure. Yeah, there's both ways.
But you carry the goddamn key. I want a hardware key.
Yeah.
No hacker can get it.
Can
No.
it go to that?
Kind of like a crypto bank type thing.
This is small. Is it?
I'm even afraid of Iris.
In case you didn't
because
figure that out,
but
I'm gonna pick.
Some birds are bigger than you.
Is that with the
That's not true.
yeah, but
Maybe a vulture.
yeah, but there are certain advantages and disadvantages.
You guys heard if they ever recovered, got the data off the black boxes from that plane that crashed?
Which plane?
In Korea, they 737, where the guy, the landing gear
and it crashed at the
killed everybody.
Yeah, except 2 people or something.
Yeah, and they were sitting by the lab in the back of the plane. And that judge just totally dropped off the news. That was on the news 24/7.
Well, they were still wondering why they had the concrete wall at the end of the runway.
That was bad because those.
Yeah. Because it wasn't protecting anything.
Yeah, and there was antennas, but I guess those VOR antennas are made to collapse if you run into it.
Yep. You can throw.
No, there hasn't been said boo about that.
I will.
I just don't know why on the planet he didn't put his landing gear down, because there's all sorts of bells and buzzers, and I think there's a thing you can drop it down manually.
So is that it, Belly?
Pressure from the left not to criticize Kamala during the election.
People were like, don't criticize her. And my whole thing is like, that's actually bad.
Deborah Flora and Christian Toto join me on the right side of Hollywood to discuss. Friday at 2 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. You hear the music. We got an hour to go. Let's kick some ass. I'm going to get to the phones, I promise. We have an hour, and I want to talk to someone who actually went through losing their entire home in a fire and see what we can do and how to be prepared. So stick around.
Yeah, if he wouldn't have overshot the runway, I think he would have made it.
So did he overshot? Okay.
He overshot it by half.
He made it back around.
Mm-hmm. He did the base leg back. He got a bird strike. He lost an engine. But
why was he? Wait. But he was base leg back, got a bird strike. Why was he coming back?
I don't know.
It wasn't for the bird strike. So I don't understand.
I think he got the bird strike, and he was supposed to go around and land on the opposite side of the airport, but he felt like he didn't have enough power, so he just came in on the opposite side of the runway. Okay. So he didn't make that. But they're trying to associate the landing gear problem with the bird strike. Because they're thinking the bird strike had something to do with the landing gear.
Well, what happens is the engine pumps the hydraulics.
Right, but Tom, as you know, they have like little cables they can pull and drop the landing gear.
Not on those jets.
You don't think so?
No, they don't. They do have a way to drop them. They do have a way to release pressure, but it's not like you're thinking. You don't hand crank those sons of bitches. You know?
Oh.
Was it a 737?
737, but isn't there warning bells? Hey, your gear's not down. I mean,
but either that or he didn't want to put it down. I don't know why he wouldn't want to put it down, though. That doesn't make sense.
I mean, I guess if you could radio ahead.
No, that doesn't make sense. Okay. What, didn't the tower see that he didn't have landing gear?
No, I think if he would have made his proper pass, the tower would have radioed him and said, the gear's not down. Because he issued a
They would have been watching. I mean, so where do I find that? What they all covered? When was it?
Oh God, when was that?
End of December.
Oh, okay.
December.
It was on the
29th.
What airline was it, Kevin? It was a foreign airline. Talking about the ground effect, he was trying to land the ground effect, kept the airplane kind of up a little bit where it wasn't kind of slamming down.
It was in Korea, but it was Juju. J-E-J-U airflight. I don't know how
Isn't
to
that some
pronounce
kind
it.
of mojo?
Yeah.
Juju airport. No, but I mean, there's not any more news about it. Well, they started blaming Boeing about it, but that was a very good airplane.
That was way too easy to blame Boeing.
Yeah. But the bottom line is they were associating the engine going out with the landing gear going out. I just don't. There's no correlation there.
Well, of course there is. There's the power. Yeah, there's a lot of glory.
But Tom, there's another engine to take. They got redundant systems, right? 2 or 3.
Only one engine.
Yeah, only one engine. There's a redundant.
So how do I Google this? What do I Google?
Just Korean airplane crash.
737.
Yeah, it's JEJU Airlines crash.
Korean JEJU
Airlines.
Oh, they even got Tom video of the plane coming in. I mean, the pilot just said he had a bird strike. He didn't say anything about gear. See, if his gear wasn't down, he could have probably made another pass.
I see him. Yeah. It looks like he made a pretty good landing. So
yeah, but
he's on the ground making a really good landing. Everybody's alive.
But there's a concrete barrier.
I want to see. I mean, so far this guy is like, but he has no braking, nothing because he didn't.
Because he has no.
Well, and Tom the flaps aren't up. He didn't have the spoilers up either to slow it down, which is kind of.
Don't they have that little propeller thing under the plane that gives them enough electricity for the instruments to work?
APU started.
No. There's you know what it's called.
In the slipstream to start the engines. That's usually what it's for.
No, it's to supply enough electricity for the instruments to work.
Is that the APU?
And start the engine.
I don't think it'll start the engine. Let me check, but I'm pretty sure that's not.
The auxiliary power unit?
Auxiliary power unit.
You're talking about the APU. I'm not talking about the APU.
Please hold a moment.
I agree, Tom. I think they would have time to drop. I think there's got to be a way to drop those gears down.
You tell it, Kelly.
But only one engine went.
Fell on my head.
It's weird.
And if he would have hit that runway at the beginning, he would have made it, but he didn't drop. He already reused up half the runway before he touched.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino
Show. He had
Show.
those VOR or VHS antennas, and he hit that antenna array.
What happened? It said that departed, making a landing. After initial failed landing attempt, the plane received a bird strike. So wait a minute. It was coming in for a landing anyway.
Are you familiar with
and
the
it was
show
making its landing, its normal landing at the destination.
Okay, so you're familiar that we're a radio show and we only do on-air calls?
They got a bird strike.
No, I'm the producer, so you're not on air yet, but I can put you on hold and you can talk to Tom about it, and then you will be on air, yes.
Before the plane came down with its front landing gear closed.
Okay, and you have issues with the payroll company? What is your name?
Fence and burst into a fireball. Observers say the crash showed the plane was suffering from.
Hang on, that's all I need to know is that you have issues.
Gear malfunction was likely the main.
All right, hang on for me.
This doesn't connect that. The Korean Transportation Ministry said.
See, believe it or not, that woke me up.
The plane's
good.
See?
Good. I'm glad.
To the research.
Double eye roll.
Yay.
It was a 737-800, very proven aircraft.
Yeah, it's a workhorse of the industry, that model.
Here, Tom, it just says
10 seconds, guys.
It spins in the airstream to generate electrical energy.
On the Joe Pag Show, tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHAL, Denver's talk station. Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want to talk to you about this devastating fire and what it's like to lose a house and what do you do about it and do you lose money on it? And Bob Good friend of mine for years, runs Mr. Green Jeans. He's a landscaper. Does all of our work. And hey, Bob, so how long ago did you lose your home?
The Cameron Peaks fire, it was in the fall of 2020.
2020 fall. So we're right in the throes of COVID, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what happened?
Well, we had just finished building our house, to be honest with you, and 2 weeks after we had finished our house, the fire came through and took everybody's house on the mountain. It was devastating. That fire was traveling a mile an hour. It was crazy. When I did get up to my house, pretty much my house had melted down the road. There was just nothing left. It's gone.
There's nothing that could have been done to prevent or save that, right?
No, not at all. I applaud the firemen. I could see they made numerous water drops from the sky because I could tell the erosion, but there was no way to stop it. I mean, our forests are so overgrown. There's no way.
Okay. So then let's talk about the insurance and all that. So what happens in a case like that where it's a total loss?
Well, it was pretty devastating, but I will say my insurance company, when the Marshall Fire took place, there was 8% that was properly insured, and that was actually an insurance company that I have, thank God. They were great. Within just a few weeks, they had paid me for all of my inside stuff, the total loss of the house, everything, and they let me
Did you have extended coverage?
They paid my complete policy, and they went 30% past my policy.
That's
so they
called
did everything they could.
Yeah, that you did have the extended policy then, 30%.
Okay.
That's good coverage. And who was that company?
Best company, I'll throw it as a commercial here. They're Country Financial.
Okay. That is the insurance company?
Yes, it's called Country Financial.
Okay.
And the insurance agent I have, the lady that's taking care of me, she was the best in the world. I mean, if I had any questions, bumps, she didn't let me handle anything. She took care of it for me. It was excellent.
That's wonderful. So, I never heard of that insurance company, actually. Is it a mainline insurance company, or is it specialized in the mountains, or what?
No, I'd never heard of them either, because I had problems getting insurance.
Is that the actual underwriter? Is that the actual underwriter?
Yes. Country Financial is not just the name of it up in Fort Collins. That is the insurance.
Okay, so you had 130% of coverage plus interior contents.
Yes.
Okay, so you're probably one of the few in the world that can have a total loss, and you fared pretty well as far as... Now, here's what I want to know. I know you did a lot of work. So let's say, theoretically, most people don't. So let's take a normal person. Paid out the way you're paid out, would you be able to build the same house hiring people to do it?
Not a chance.
Okay, see, that's so go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. The way the economy took such a direction during COVID, my house costed possibly 3 times more than it should have.
You mean when you were building it or after it? You mean the replacement?
Yeah, to replace it due to the cost of everything.
Oh, so even at 130% reimbursement, you're telling me your price was 300%.
Oh, without a doubt. And I don't.
Why, Bob? Why? Tell me about what would make your costs triple.
Everything I bought during COVID was impossible to get, or it was so overpriced it was ridiculous. Even when the builder came up delivering my wood, I remember the one trip that he made. He says, you paid an extra $30,000 on this compared to when I built houses a couple years ago. It just never ended.
Did you ever think of waiting, just putting the money somewhere and waiting?
I really did, but I didn't know how long this would take. I'd like to get my life back in order, and to be honest with you, I'm still a couple weeks away from getting my final inspections to get my life back in order. And I didn't know if it was going to go down or what the timetable was. Most things have went down, but there's still a few items that it's hard to get at.
Okay, so now you rebuilt, and how'd you come up with the rest?
Out of pocket. You know,
oh my God! Did you have to now? So you had a mortgage going in, right? So if you had 130% payoff, oh, you didn't have a mortgage.
No, I was mortgage free, thank God, and I just paid my way through this. Thank God.
So do you have a mortgage now?
No, I managed to do this and still stay out of debt.
Oh my God, Bob, that's fortunate. But all right, so you have then 3 times the cost, and it's complete now?
Pretty much complete. You're more than welcome to come up. It'll be probably a few more weeks. I'm going to have a housewarming party sometime here this year, and we'll be, or I should say that, in the beginning of next year, and we're done with this.
And so in 2025, in a few months, you'll be done?
Yes, totally done. I'm just doing the little odds and ends right now.
And had you moved into the new house when it burned down?
Oh, yes, we were in there.
Okay.
A lot of our personal stuff was up there, but we were in the process of just getting all of our stuff up there. So I didn't have all of my stuff, thank God. But, yeah, it's been a journey.
And what, were you at work, and then all of a sudden you rush home and it's gone?
Actually, my neighbor, when he's talking about neighbor, he's probably half a mile away. We were tied into his cameras. So we got to watch the fire destroy the mountain. It first came over treetops, which we thought it maybe missed us because it just burned all the treetops. And then the cameras picked up the heat wave on the ground. And then here came the orange glow. And within minutes, it was gone.
So what did you learn through all this? Anything you can share?
Yeah, because I look at the whole California thing, a lot of things. I did all the fire mitigation I could. I was one of the few people on the mountain that actually had my place fire mitigated. But with 100-mile-an-hour winds, you can't mitigate anything. It was horrible the way the fire was jumping. But people need to mitigate this and clean up around their properties because that's half the problem.
What's the breaker area you think you should have, the clear area?
Well, you know, my grandpa always told me I shouldn't have a tree ever close enough to hit the house. But I've went way past that. I don't have anything 100 yards to my house.
But you still have a view, or the trees come back at all?
Oh, yeah, it's beautiful. All my aspens are now 10 feet tall already. Most of the pines are almost knee-high. So things are coming back great. And I actually went up there and did all my acreage in wildflowers. So it's just a big flower bed up there temporarily.
Wow. Okay, so you all were out of the house when it happened?
Yes, we were out of the house, yes.
Including your little furry...
Actually, my wife...
Your little furry rat dog.
Oh, yes, the little fur... Yep.
The furry...
The babies were with us.
Oh, God, they're cute.
Did you hire a good landscaping company to help with the wildflowers?
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, I was looking for one. But, you know, Tom, honestly, I wouldn't have made it through this build if I wouldn't have had so much help from my friends, my family, and everybody. You know, we all pitched in.
So wait. So you did you do a lot of the work yourself?
Oh, I did tons of it myself. My boy helped me, my wife, every friend I had.
Even doing all of that, it was still triple the cost.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
God. Unbelievable. Well, I'm glad that you made it.
Bob, this is Bo. I have a question. I'm really happy you got this good insurance company, Country Financial. So after all of this happened, did this insurance company still stay on board with you and insure you with the new property?
You know, that was interesting. I asked her what would happen. Are you going to cancel me? Our rates were going up. And she said neither. My rates did not go up and they did not cancel me. So they have been a sweetheart on this whole deal.
Well, that's great, Bob.
We went from a number 5 fire problem. That's the worst it is. That's when I was building it. Now I'm rated a number 1 because I lost all my forest.
Oh, wow.
Bob, where did you stay during when your house was destroyed? Where did you happen to stay?
Well, as we were building, I have another place in Denver that I was renting. And we were staying there, thank God. And that got us through it. I stayed in there, and, well, I still have that house active yet. I have both of them going.
Is that going to be for sale soon?
No, I was just renting this. Here we go, another friend of mine. he helped me out, and his mother and father passed away. The house was empty, so we went in and remodeled that and moved in.
Okay.
That's good. That's very good,
man,
Bob.
It's all working out, although you really you're basically, your dream home is triple what it was going to cost you.
Without a doubt. And the codes have changed so much in the last few years. Like, I have no problem with Larimer County. They've been really great. But to give you an idea, our code up there in wind is 180 mile an hour that I have to build. So the engineer, when he engineered it, they always go at least 25% over. So we're talking 2 to 225 mile an hour winds we're good for. But the cost of adhering to those policies is quite expensive.
I get what you mean, man. So thank you so much for being on, Bob. And, man, I'll pray for you. I need, the worst is gone, or over, but you got a lot ahead of you. Thank you. Mr. Green Jeans, by the way, on the referral list, referralist.com, 303-426-4945.
Well, you don't even think of that, just the inflationary costs of everything. Wow.
That was good you brought him up. That was really informative.
I know it.
3 times? And they're probably well-weighted.
Yeah, but most people can't build their own house.
No. But it was 3 times, and he was probably doing 25% of the labor. I have a lot of trees around my house. I'm going to have to look into this.
All right. First, the disclaimer. Wave 8 Wealth Management is a company I own and operate. Therefore, I would stand to profit from anything that it does successfully, of course. And the next disclaimer is you can't guarantee anything, except I can guarantee this. I can guarantee that I personally, along with my team, will review each and every investment and trade you have and all of your major life's financial decisions if you want us to. And I will babysit your portfolio like my own. That I absolutely can guarantee, and that's what we're doing. We refuse to get bigger than that, and we will have a team on each set of portfolios, and we meet about them, and I treat this like my own. I've done this because of my frustration over the years with the industry. I just want to call it what it is. They're not advisors. What they are they're money takers that then put your portfolio with a big company and then make a middleman spread. I don't care. I'm sorry. That's just the truth of the matter. Wave8wealthmanagement.com. 303-771-HELP, 771-4357. Hey, if you want the windows for your home, you can't go to a company that just has one set of windows. Ravina's offers 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding, multiple lines of doors, and really that's what it's all about: choice and skill and longevity. So the Gravinas I'm dealing with are from the original offshoot Gravinas. He started with his dad in 72, broke off on his own in 81, and here's what we got. We have Larry, now his son Nick, taking over, and they're on 950 West Evans, and I urge you to call them for not only heritage, but great deals. 303-472-8462, 303-472-8462. Definitely make them part of your shopping if you're looking for window siding and doors. Gravina Windows.com.
Is the
All right.
year of your
Red Rocks Roof and Solar. I love Brooke and her team. I really do. They're good people.
2013
and they take time to get the right system for you, whether it's commercial or residential. They'll meet with you, go over everything, no hidden cost, guaranteed activation dates. They help you with tax credits and financing and even grants if you have a commercial business to help get it all paid for. RedRocksRS.com. You just don't do better than that. They do everything from installation service, and, of course, they actually do the installation as well. 303-704-2449. 704-2449, RedRocksRS.com. Is Marky still there?
I just got back. My dog puked everywhere.
What?
Dima puked on the carpet in 3 different rooms and then on the hardwood in 2 different places. No, she ate fucking, I guarantee what happened is she ate the German Shepherd's food.
Oh.
So I'm gonna get rid of her. Listen, if anybody asks, she ran away because Suzanne's gonna be pissed.
Oh, stop it.
So nasty. She weighs 20 pounds. She threw up 5 pounds of dog food.
What are you doing this afternoon, Doc? Poker?
Yeah, no, poker's at 5.
Poking her?
I have to take my friend grocery shopping.
Oh.
He has no car.
Yeah, what's his name? I forget.
Russ.
Yeah, because he was taking the bus, wasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, he buys all the groceries for you guys. So.
Yeah, this is not the kind of weather you want him having to traipse around and carry stuff and wait for buses.
What's his last name? I forget.
West.
West? Yeah, pick up Mr. West, huh? I gotta go. You going back to work, Kevin, or heading home, right? Huh?
Hey, he's a hardworking guy, you know?
Yeah, I wish I could go somewhere to work. Let me know if you need a car shaker.
I've never heard this kind of sentence before. It sounds to me a lot like a non-sentence.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, there's no sentence.
Yeah, suspended.
It's like no low contender, you know?
No, it's not really. He said
no, I mean, it's the kind of thing where it's a non-issue is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but there has got to be a sentence.
Right.
You have a sentence. Right.
Well, why even go through with it if there's no sentence? That's the point. Just dismiss it.
Is he getting some community service?
They just want to label it. Now he's labeled a felon.
Yeah, but you have to still be charged. You have to. Felon for what? If they didn't. Well, I guess they did convict him, huh?
Yeah, but New York changed the law. They specifically wrote a law that would entrap him, which is unheard of.
Everything they did was
what?
Everything they did in that case was
I think it was all politically motivated.
Of course.
Absolutely was.
What happened was if I say to you, well, lend me $200
I can just do
because my phone is worth $200. They say okay, and then the phone is worth $2, but I pay you back the $200. Nobody's hurt, right?
That's right.
That's exactly what they got him for.
Yep.
For inflating the value of property.
Go deliver.
Supposedly, but even though there was no victims, and even though no victims,
can you ladies on YouTube imagine?
Right.
Yeah, there was
The
nothing.
banks didn't care. They got their money.
They got their dough, huh?
Right.
10 seconds, guys.
So that's exactly what it is.
So AP
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Let me get to the phones here. All right, so Christina has a problem with a payroll company. And then we have a dome light issue. Hang on, Sean, because, Kevin, they do electrical issues. Christina, what's going on?
Hi, Tom.
Hi, what's happening?
Thanks for taking my call. So I actually got hired on the auto industry division, which is a division within the Department of Revenue, to make sure I had a hand in making sure people that are selling vehicles are, doing what they're supposed to.
Yeah.
Long story short, I did that because I have a garnishment for a vehicle that I had back in 2018, taking full responsibility for it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I got notification of this garnishment back in January of 2024 per DPA Central Payroll, which is also another division within the Department of Revenue. I was told they had to renew it. The creditor had to renew it every 6 months. Okay. They continued to take money out of my checks in a very significant amount from January until December.
But you acknowledge you owe it, right?
I had a disagreement with the owner of the dealership, but I took full accountability, and I'm not gonna run from it. I'm not gonna fight it. Yes.
Okay, but in other words, then so what harm was it then with them taking money out?
No, this is where the discrepancy is.
Okay.
Every 6 months, they're supposed to renew this garnishment, supposedly. Okay, 182 days it's good for.
No, I get it.
I got a regular paycheck in December as if the garnishment was over, which to my understanding, it should have been at that point.
Well, it should have been temporary. Let me get it straight. It should have been over temporarily until they renew it.
And it wasn't.
I get it, but okay, I'm not trying to trick you, nor am I saying they shouldn't get it renewed. But what difference did it make? I mean, technically, if they didn't get it renewed, if it was still going toward a debt that you truly owed.
My issue is they stopped the garnishment in December.
Yeah.
I got regular paychecks.
I got it.
And without notifying me of a resubmittal of the garnishment, they started taking money out again.
I get it. I know, I get that. Yeah.
So I reached out to the company and I'm just asking for documentation from Central Payroll. They're saying the gal that has it no longer works there and they can't provide it for me.
But can I just say, Christine, how much more do you owe?
I got to jump in real quick. My understanding is if they don't renew the garnishment in 6 months, I mean, pretty much they're no longer able to take money out, or the whole thing could go away.
Really, Mark? Are you sure?
Well, let's get Frank Ball on.
Yeah, that's what we need to do. We need to get a really good collection attorney. Christine, I just want to ask, there's something called substance over form, and either one can win out depending on the situation. So what Mark is saying is it's possible that a substance would change the form. In many cases, the form doesn't change the substance. So that's what we have to figure out.
Well, I don't think it's going to change the outcome, Tom, to be straight. What I'm saying is they might have to go through and restart the garnishment again.
I understand that. But what I'm getting at is this, is that there's no harm if they didn't renew it and they kept taking money if the money was properly applied to money that she legally owes. It's even though it wasn't.
I agree,
but the problem is now they're taking.
They would have had to go through
more money after they stopped.
Okay.
Taking money.
Now, how did they? Here's what I want to know: how are they figuring the amount to take?
What she's telling me is she doesn't have that paperwork that was resubmitted to the original creditor. So I don't know where they're coming up with this balance of 11.
And when you say them,
I have 2 jobs and I work hard.
Okay, no, I get it, Christine. I get it. Who are we talking about, by the way, that is garnishing you, that you're talking to, that says we don't have the paperwork?
We're talking about DPA, Central Payroll.
So you're not talking even to the creditor. You're talking to your employer.
Correct. The creditor won't respond to me.
So you're asking your employer, why did you continue to let them garnish?
Well, no, not my employer. It gets a little tricky because there's about 14 divisions.
But they are your employer. I know. They're a representative of your employer. They're not some strange.
They're the ones that authorize this money to be taken out.
Yes, but they're part of your employment. It's not some nameless place out in nowhere land. Okay, so these people, your employer
It's not, and I apologize.
Christine, please, one thing at a time. Christine, your employer, I want to get a picture that's accurate. Just please, let me finish. Your employer continued to garnish even when it was not renewed. They discontinued it for a while, then restarted it without notice. I get all of that. What I want to know is the creditor itself will not talk to you
until the balance is paid. What they said. That's what they said.
That is okay. So, and the creditor, has it been sold to a new creditor or is it the same old dealership?
Oh no, it's been sold to a law firm. So it's a third party collection agency.
Okay, has it been sold or assigned for collection? Do you know?
I am not certain.
Okay, so how much is the balance? Do you know what the balance is?
I do.
What's the balance?
Is $11.65.
11,000.
Sorry, $1131.83.
11,000.
No. 1,100.
The whole balance of what you owe is only 11.
Oh no, altogether. I'm sorry. The balance altogether was 7,500.
What is it now?
According to them, 1131.
Okay, so you owe, and I don't mean only, but you only owe of the original debt about $1,100.
According to them.
According to who's them?
According to DPA Central Payroll.
Okay.
According to me, the garnishment should have been
According to your employer, you only owe $1,100, and then you're paid off.
There could be a big. I understand everything she's saying. The problem is the debt didn't go away. I want to ask the attorney, Frank Ball, but what I'm thinking is they weren't allowed to take after 6 months, and they did. I understand your frustration.
Without renewal.
But if they refile now to get a new garnishment, you might actually be screwing yourself because you're going to have more attorney's fees.
Well,
they already did it. That's what they did without notifying me.
Well, there's more attorney's fees involved in collecting then.
But they're allowed to do that. They're allowed to charge for renewal. They're allowed, okay? Whether they renew or not, if they renew and it costs them $2,000 with an attorney to do it, they're allowed to tack that on. Reasonable attorney's fees and interest are allowed, okay? That's with every judgment. So therefore, I don't want to quibble with that right now. The good news, I feel, is if she owes another $1,100, okay, how many more garnishments would that be?
It's only 3 more paychecks.
So then let me ask you this. What is your goal? Tell me what your goal is right now.
My goal is to get answers, and my goal is to figure out where the paperwork is that she's saying was submitted when it was supposed to be submitted.
Let's say this.
I'm not trying to get out of paying.
No, I know you say you're not getting out of paying it, but let's just say this. Let's say that you don't get the answers you want or the paperwork. So I'm just curious. Now I'm not trying to play tricks. I'm asking, how would that change what you owe?
The additional attorney's fees.
That's why I want to see the paperwork, because according to the original documentation, it should have been over in December. Okay. They stopped it.
Okay, get it. So you want to know, it should have been over. Now, but you keep saying it should have been over. It should have been over because it was. I'm going to ask you, Christine, let me ask the question. You said it should have been over in December because by your calculations, the full debt would have been paid, or it should have been over in December because they did not renew it.
It should have been over in December because the balance would have been paid. The renewal should have been July.
Okay, got it. Then you have a reason to be concerned. If they're miscalculating and if they on purpose tacked on more fees. So now we got to figure out, though, Frank Ball would be the one we call, and we ask him how you get access to those records.
Frank is actually unavailable.
Can we get her on tomorrow morning? Monday morning?
Monday? Yeah, I can try to
listen, I understand you now, Christine. So you're wondering, wait a minute, it was done. I paid everything. Why am I paying again? Got it.
Correct.
But that seems like just a math question. I mean, the math equals or not.
Yeah, but should they pop on this attorney's fee if they never really renewed it? I mean, she has legit questions.
She should easily be able to tell how much money was taken out of each paycheck and see what that adds up to. It's just simple math.
She did, and she thought it was done in December.
Great, then.
And now they're saying, no, she owes some more money, and she wants to know why. And I would want to know, too. I would want to know, too. So hold on. And let's give this to Deputy Bo to follow up with her and Frank Ball, the attorney. Is this the kind of thing you hate? I didn't do that to you.
I'll do it, but I thought this might be a good one for $1 since he's more of an
we could, but I just need somebody who Monday will know when Frank Ball comes on.
And I know Frank.
Yeah.
I know him personally.
And that is 720-926-7565.
Yeah, you don't have to do much.
It's a pretty simple one.
You don't
Perfect. Okay, one of our deputies.
Well, we just need to make a call to
someone.
I just got to make a call and find out why.
Let's get an explanation. We should really get a full. She should get a complete audit of the account. They should do a printout of everything. What the fuck? Is she not a criminal?
The lady who had all the information doesn't work there anymore.
And it sounds like these are extra attorney fees.
But the attorneys should have. The law firm that's collecting...
The creditor should,
The law firm should have a detailed record of that. They have to.
She's claiming they're not communicating with her.
That's what I'd like to find out who the
Hold on, guys. All right, let's talk about Genesis Total Exteriors. I love talking about them because they do everything. But it really should be called Genesis Total Exteriors and Interiors and Basements and everything in between. Because they do everything, basically. They do gutters and roofing and fascia and soffits and siding and windows and doors and decks and fencing and outbuildings. And they do interior basements. They do kitchens and baths. They do mold detection and remediation. They do replacement interior doors if you want them with solid doors. They do also replacement railings with metal railings. And now they're doing interior painting. You got to give them a call. This is a complete company, a company you can trust, a company I've trusted for more than 30 years. Genesis Total Exteriors.com, 303-679-8509. That's 679-8509.
Well, you guys are quiet.
I saw this thing on the Colorado construction defect litigation. We had on the house we built, we sued our builders. They wanted to settle for $20,000. We got a great attorney.
Did you get Scott?
Scott Sullivan, yeah. We got over $400,000, and he got his attorney's fees paid. And they wanted to settle for $20,000.
What builder was it?
It was this place called Carter Custom Homes.
Carter Custom.
And the problem was...
Right, he didn't go bankrupt before.
No, he was a good friend of ours.
Oh.
And we said, so if we ever build a house, you do it. The day after we signed the contract, he sold the company to his employees, and he never showed up at the construction site.
So did he just never finish the job?
You had to go to trial?
No, they settled out of court.
Oh.
But for over $400,000.
Wow.
What was
God must have amassed some good evidence, man.
We had great evidence.
Is he a construction attorney, Doc? Or he specializes in construction?
Yeah, construction defects.
What's his name? Scott
Sullivan.
Sullivan, huh?
Now, this was in 92 or 93. So he may still...
Did they just never finish your house?
No, they finished it. They just did. For instance, we had all granite in the kitchen, right? And when we looked in the basement, the beam was like this.
No kidding.
Because they put in an undersized beam.
Crappy ass
and
job.
they had it jacked up with pieces of concrete. So, the thing was, it was a couple, I don't know how much it cost, a lot of money to shore up the kitchen temporarily while they replaced that beam.
Right.
And think about how easy it would have been to just put in the right size beam.
Right.
They did all sorts of shortcuts. It was really terrible.
Were you living there? Did you move into the place?
Yeah.
Oh, you were actually living there.
We had workmen in there for like 6 months.
Oh, God, I did that on our remodel.
So you know about Scott Sullivan, Tom?
Mm-hmm.
Good or bad?
Great.
He's great at what he does.
Great.
If he's working for you.
That's
well,
right,
I'm just saying,
Kevin.
As long as you're not a construction company.
No, the guy is great.
He's on your side. I never heard of the guy.
Sean's got an issue with the dome light. Let's see what that's going to
Yep.
I can't imagine that's a serious issue that you can't solve.
An explorer?
Yo.
A lot of those.
Everybody yourself?
Got it really dark in there today.
Tom's here. Tom likes it dark and spooky.
So this APU, it looks like it's the same thing.
No. The APU is different than the RAT.
Okay.
I never heard of an RAT.
I love that you would say
The APU
I don't want to rat.
you can't be above 40.
Let him come in, I suppose.
But the APU is a small changes. the rat.
You're right. It is a small jet engine.
And the rat comes down.
It picks up.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I thought they were the same.
No.
I wonder if they all have those rats.
All the commercial airliners do.
I'll have to ask my brother-in-law. He's a 777 pilot.
10 seconds, guys.
My brother-in-law,
He has thebuyers.com. Gay has thebuyers.com.
Auto accident? Find out what your case is worth. Call Fuller.com. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Sean, a dome light in a 2014 Ford Explorer. Man, it doesn't sound like it can be hard to figure out. What's going on, Sean?
Hey, Tom. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's my wife's car. It sits in the garage all the time now, but it just won't shut off. The dome light, when the door shuts, it stays on. You turn the lever and it won't shut off there either. So we just kind of lived with it being on, but now that it's sitting in the garage.
Well, hold on. What do you do? What do you do to keep the battery from dying?
That's just it. It's her second car now because it's paid off. But
did you ever think about pulling the breaker for that little light?
That's what I was wondering, but just doing something like that or pulling the bulb out or something. But
well, what do you do? Do you normally does it just sit there with the light on?
Yeah.
And then how often does that kill the battery?
It's only done it once.
That ain't a good thing.
That's a good battery.
Yeah, that's not good though. Just keep it draining.
Did you try checking all the doors? Because any one of the doors can make the dome light come on. Make sure they're all closed.
Yeah. We when they're fully closed and the knob.
What do you think, Kev?
Well, you got to determine which door it is, but it's probably a door switch. The door switch is built into the door latch on those, so you just replace the door latch. It'll probably take care of it.
You think that's what it is? Something
you just
that
have
simple?
to determine what door it is. Yeah. Yeah, it's not hard. You're probably for a...
Kevin, what's strange about it is it's like there's three lights, so there's the front lights right over the front two seats.
Yep.
And that goes out. But this is one that's behind the...
Yeah, why would one of them stay on? Huh. Why would one of them stay on? That's weird.
It could be the switch in the light itself is just not functioning right because you can switch it on manually.
But temporarily, doesn't each one of them?
And it never goes off. Even while you're driving, it's always on.
Correct.
Yeah.
If you pull the bulb out of curiosity, Kevin, does it not eat any power?
No, that completes the circuit. So yeah, if you just pull the bulb out, yeah.
It will not.
It will not draw the battery down, no.
That's what you got to do until you can get it into Kevin.
And then go to Costco. You can buy those little push button lights for 6 of them for $10.
Stick up light, yeah.
Gosh.
That's not that big a deal. I was thinking about just pulling it out, but I want to kind of keep that car in good shape. And it's only got 50,000 miles on it.
Wow. It just happen all of a sudden.
Yeah, it happened about 6 months ago.
And you're suspecting the door switch.
Typically it's the door switch, yeah.
Aren't those little push buttons, Kevin, so you could open all your doors?
They used to be. I don't know.
They used to be. Now they're built into the door mechanism itself.
Oh.
Yeah, no, the little $5 switches.
You've done them before.
Oh, yeah.
How much are these micro switches in the door?
Well, you have to replace the whole latch.
Of course you do.
Yeah, you can't just get a switch.
So how much is that?
Probably $200 to $300.
Oh, you poor soul, Sean.
Costco.
Yeah.
Pull the bulb.
Yeah, maybe I'll just pull the bulb.
Yeah, pull the bulb. I mean, especially if you have other lights. God. Okay.
Can I take up another story real quick?
Yeah.
I just bought this TV at Best Buy, 100-inch, and they had the wrong delivery address as my business down in the Springs.
Did you say 100-inch?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? 100-inch. Okay, keep going.
Anyway, so they said they want to reschedule to go to the correct address. So I give them my address in Denver, and it's a house that's been there since 1966. And they're telling me they can't schedule it because that address does not come up in your system.
Come on. Oh, my God. Did you say I'll drop a pin?
Yeah, I go this. I just I tried to read it right. You can Google the address. It comes up. I go search your system. She goes, well, there's nothing I can do. So I don't know. I bought this TV. Maybe I'll just tell them to jam it.
God, that sucks. Or I can give you my address. I'm sure it's on there. I would glad. How much is it, by the way?
It's about $7,000 with the tax and everything.
Because you can buy right now literally a 55-inch. Is that considered small nowadays? A 55-inch.
That's undersized, yeah.
It is?
Yeah.
Jeez. Okay, you can buy them for $500 right now at Microsoft.
Yeah, they got the nice Sony that are like 86-inch for $2,500.
Yeah, I don't know. You go over, nowadays with the technology and how it's changing, for me, you go over $1,000 anymore. I wouldn't go over $1,500 on these TVs right now because they're all going to come down in price.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, I guess that's the way everything is. 303-713-8255. Greg, hang on. I promise you're next.
Oh, wow.
It's slow today. TV.
This recording is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
That's high.
Yikes. They got a 220-inch 4K.
Come on.
277,000.
That's
Kelly.
I can't. Okay, so tell me, what size is 100-inch?
All I'm getting is static.
Yeah,
Call me right back. All I'm getting is
What's
static.
that
It's
thing?
half that wall.
Oh, bullshit. What's that thing right there, that thing? That window.
This one?
No, this one, it's what, 70?
That's
Across, diagonally?
You mean it would be bigger than that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay, well, I'm still trying to fathom the size of that TV. Anyway, discountbath.com. Those words I love hearing together, Discount Bath. They have many options for you, and they can do discounts on baths. Chris and his team are great people. You know what? They'll price it without even coming to your home. Take a video, upload the video, and then they give you a price. Man, you don't do better than that, and it's pretty damn accurate. You know what else they can do? They can also do a shower conversion, all in a shower conversion. Think about this for $9,888. So why don't you check them out? Discountbath.com. Whether you want a whole bath, you want to upload a video, start at discountbath.com. Now let's talk about Vestera Turnkey, the place to invest if you want to get into real estate as a landlord. They'll do all the work for you. That's right. What they'll do first is they will pick out property in a market, help you invest, and then help you buy it, and then help you manage the rental, even take the day-to-day phone calls, and then tell you when to sell it. And they handle it all. They have been showing 30 to 80% returns for people per 2 years, 30% a year, up to 80% if you sell quickly sometimes, 80% over 2 years. But whatever it is, it's true. These guys are genuine. Check him out, okay? MyBiggestReturn.com. MyBiggestReturn.com. You got to remember I'm on the air, man. So, I mean, I don't mind you talking, but you were talking, just outright talking. What was the...
Is his headphones on?
Come on. No. That fucking TV would be bigger than that?
10 inches in each way.
No,
Tell him it's 8 feet. It's basically 8 by 4 feet.
Oh, my God.
And it's probably bigger, the TV this way. That's kind of flat.
So
it's 8 feet by 4 feet, you non-headphone wearing people.
Sweet.
Congratulations.
It's gold. It is gold.
Oh, thank God. That's wonderful. That is
good for you, Kelly.
Who's that, her husband?
Yeah.
8 months.
Yes, sir. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, we were talking on the air.
Mark?
Yeah, it's 8 feet by 4 feet.
Yeah, I know. We looked at the goddamn thing. It's unbelievable.
It's a sheet of plywood.
They have them at Costco, man.
Would you ever get one that big?
Not for 7.
Yeah.
Depends on how big a room you have.
I don't have anywhere to put it.
I don't have anything that big. No.
I mean, I do have plates. But
That's what she said.
Yeah. Hey, listen, man, I'm getting a bigger monitor for behind me at the studio, but I'm not getting that size. Although that would be cool. I want to get something big, but that's 80, right?
Yep.
Where would I even? Okay, so 80. I wonder where I can even find it. And they're too expensive. Like, what sizes are available?
Well, Walmart has a 98-inch Samsung for $2,500.
I don't want to go into that amount of money. So what do we put? Large LED, right?
Everything is still being finalized.
Oh, no, I won't. No.
But, oh my God.
Look, it's 65 inch. 65 inch is only $397.
Oh, it's crazy cheap.
They have 100 inches.
Oh, yeah.
We looked at one.
Really?
Yeah.
Best Buy has an
For
85 for
$7,000?
$799.
Yeah.
An 85 for what?
85 Samsung for $79.
Where?
$799. Best Buy.
Right now?
Well, it's listed on the.
How much, Kevin?
$799 for a Samsung 85 4K.
You know, Amazon would just deliver it. That's
they
the
will.
best way to do it.
Yep.
Hanging one of them would be a bitch.
Yeah, they can.
I would just set it on that thing behind
They're not
me.
heavy. They're just awkward.
85 inches. 85 inches is $12.99 on. These sons of bitches, man. You can't.
The one I saw, the 100-inch at Costco was like $2,800. But I think it was OLE.
75 inch might be perfect because that's 80, right?
Yep.
God, I'm going to put it in my cart. I'll charge it to Mark's card. He won't fucking know.
I would never do that to you.
It's a 400-inch TV. 390.
Kevin, we were on air, and Suzanne, we were on YouTube on air, and Suzanne goes, "Hey, Tom, there's a charge on your credit card at Amazon for, $2,000. That's abnormal. What is it so I can book it?" And he's like, "I have no idea. I've never spent $2,000.
10 seconds.
Wait, it looks all.
It's like, that's actually bad.
Deborah Flora and Christian Toto join me on the right side of Hollywood to discuss. Friday at 2 on 630 KHOW.
Go ahead, sir. What's going on, Greg?
Hi, Tom. You were talking about antioxidant, or not antioxidant.
Anti-inflammatories.
Yeah, and I was wondering what you do to help control that.
Okay. I have supplements that I use, and they're all kinds. It really has to do with what will work with you. Because if you have certain issues, you can't take certain ones, and but anti-inflammatory supplements are all over the place, and it's really something that is something that really is easy to find. Is what I'm going to say. All you have to do is look on. You can look on Amazon. You can look on. Ask your doctor if you have a doctor that's hip. Some doctors aren't. They're all into medicines. Now, I'm not talking about drugs, I'm not like for example, omega-3s, fish oil, automatically and it's a good nutrient. You need it. So I take fish oil at night. A lot of people like turmeric or the curcumin, ginger, and there's supplements for that. Green tea extract, resveratrol, quercetin, bromelain. I just did a quick assessment here on AI. Vitamin D, magnesium. These are all anti-inflammatories. So everyone needs these anyway. If you have a good it's never hurts to take a extra omega-3s. That's where I'd start. Omega-3s. And then however you can tolerate, you might want to take some turmeric, or you may want to go to green tea extract. A lot of people love probiotics. Some people say they don't like it, but they do it. And anyway, stuff like that. Zinc has some anti-inflammatory properties, but you never want to depend on one. You should have a well-regimented, well-rounded approach.
Excellent. Thank you.
And, and I'm going to tell you something that may sound silly, but it's not. AI, you know what I actually did with AI? I just did some experimenting, and I uploaded my blood work to it, my results, and said, tell me how these supplements that I'm taking will interplay with this type of blood. And it actually gave me downright specifics. You don't need this. This you could increase. This would help this high thing come lower or this low thing come higher. God, it is amazing to me. Now, obviously, I have a doctor I see. As you know, I have a concierge that I see. But look, we do what we can, right? We just do what we can. That doesn't mean, you're not a member of the lottery on earth, right? So anyway, 303-713-82, I want you to call 303 Martino, and leave a message, and we will go back to you. 303-627-8466. And remember, referralist.com for help, information, and referrals, and save all your problems for me.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Best New Year celebration sale ever from ZeroResDenver.com. Clean 2 rooms. They'll do 2 rooms free and $75 off duct cleaning. Put the 2024 dirt behind you. 303-471-5150. 471-5150.
Join Matt Goolsby for Retire Hour to hear his team in finance, healthcare, estate, and taxes discuss changes in law, strategic planning, and answer listener questions. Retire Hour, Sundays at 8 a.m. right here on KHOW.
I'm Tom Martino. If you or a loved one are facing DUI charges, you need the best representation possible. Call the defense attorney I know and trust, Joe Lazzara. 303-429-6200. Joe Lazzara. 303-429-6200.
Hi, I'm Corey Rose with 9 News. Want to stay updated on the local stories that matter to you? Download 9 News Plus and get breaking news, weather updates, and newscasts on demand, free on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. Start streaming today.
Sweet strawberry icing. You're in Goodwill, and just past that vintage denim jacket you spot miniature donut earrings. You lean in. Ah, that's the scent of shopping success. Because at Goodwill, every item you buy funds local job training and more. So bring home those donut earrings and bring home so much good to your community. Goodwill. Bring good home. Brought to you by Goodwill and the Ad Council.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Residents in Los Angeles County dealing with a disaster zone following the firestorm this week, fueled by an extreme wind event. Neighborhoods in Pacific Palisades and Altadena hit the hardest. Thousands of structures destroyed, 10 people killed. FEMA Director Deanne Criswell, during a briefing, pledged aid for displaced residents now and for the long recovery ahead.
Recovery from these fires is going to be complex. I've seen many disasters throughout my 4 years in this role. This is certainly one of the worst that I have seen.
Another round of strong winds expected in the coming days. The Supreme Court heard arguments in the TikTok case. The China-owned parent company is facing a U.S. ban January 19th if it does not sell to a U.S. company. The Justice Department says it poses a national security risk. President-elect Trump vowing to appeal his conviction in the hush money trial. A judge sentenced him today, issuing an unconditional discharge with no jail time. This is ABC News. Actor Alec Baldwin is suing the prosecutors who charged him with involuntary manslaughter in the Rust case.
Charges against Alec Baldwin in the 2021 fatal shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins were dropped last year after the judge ruled that evidence had been mishandled. Now, Baldwin has filed a lawsuit alleging that the New Mexico prosecutors who brought the case against him were trying to scapegoat him. He alleged all along he pulled the hammer, but not the trigger of the gun that was used. Hutchins' husband and son reached a settlement in their lawsuit against Baldwin in the case. Her parents and younger sister have filed their own suit against him.
A warning from health officials in Minnesota. Hospitals in the state say they're struggling to handle an influx of patients with COVID, the flu, RSV, and norovirus. One doctor says they're running out of space. Emergency rooms are packed, and they're treating people in hallways. CDC officials say emergency room visits for the flu around the country are at, quote, very high levels. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Colorado is part of a federal lawsuit against a property management software company accusing 6 of the nation's largest landlords of participating in a scheme to set their rents using each other's information. That resulted in tenants paying higher rents. Attorney General Phil Weiser believes these landlords must be held accountable.
You are not allowed to sit down with your rival and say, hey, if you raise your rents and I raise mine, we're both going to do better. So instead of competing with one another, how about we fix prices together?
The companies deny anti-competitive practices. During Sunday's playoff game against the Bills in Buffalo, the Broncos offense will face Von Miller, one of the team's all-time greats. Miller talked about facing his former team.
It's a cool event, to be able to play against this new and improved, Denver Broncos. The last time that they made the playoffs was last time we won a Super Bowl. So it's a full circle moment, and it's nothing but love and respect for the Denver Broncos and Broncos country for sure.
Kickoff Sunday is at 11 a.m. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Over on the west end of town, C470 westbound at Bowles Avenue, we've got a